welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels, our first return to Super Mario Maker 2 since the closure of live servers for Maker 1 on the Wii U, along with all other services for the Wii U and 3DS, which terminated last week. Let's hope we still remember how to play this game. Now, as we await the first submissions that are going to come into the queue today, we're going to begin with a little warm-up that is kind of a natural continuation of where we left off with Maker 1 on our very last stream of that game. In the final stream of Maker 1, we finished with the Maker 1 edition of Thearymon's Idea Book Parade. These are a pair of levels between Maker 1 and 2 that were designed to interact with each other. The Maker 2 version gives you a code for a secret room in Maker 1, which we saw last week, and which featured the best of all Nintendo's Easter eggs, which is, of course, Totaka's song. We then got the code from the Maker 1 edition of the level to plug back into the Maker 2 edition of the level here. So we're going to see something new in this level that I have not looked at before. I think we must have streamed this way back when it came out. It came out in the end of March 2021, as you can see, right as new uploads ceased for Maker 1, which is why Thearymon put this together as a bit of a double pack. But for the first time, and possibly for the first time anywhere, we're going to take the code from the Maker 1 level and we're going to see what it unlocks in this level today. And welcome, Natcat. The queue is wide open. I thought you said that you had created something recently, by the way. Feel free to throw that in. And we'll get off to a start with this one here. So yeah, it's a very unique, one-of-a-kind idea that now that Maker 1 has gone down, hardly anybody will really get a chance to see. So, as with the Maker 1 half, this is kind of a gentle music scroller level with the Mario Maker music that incorporates some of the ideas that were in the idea book that came with Maker 1, which is now available also as a PDF on Nintendo's site, I think. Where Nintendo kind of sketched out their various concepts for what they thought creative endeavors in Maker 1 would look like back when it launched. Whoops, so we just ran into the most trivial thing. Now that I've actually played the Maker 1 half, I think this is actually taking after a lot of the same concepts, in fact, from the idea book illustrations. I couldn't remember if they sort of drafted different ideas or if they were very similar levels. Not exactly the same, as you can see from some of the unique power-ups in the instruments set, like the frog suit being used as an instrument here that bounces into place as it's loaded in off-screen. But in terms of the actual ideas themselves, we need to get used to this game again. Clearly, even with the simplest jumps. I think the layout is actually quite similar. And we'll see if perhaps the secret is similar as well, whether it is also Totaka's song or something different entirely. Yes, this is based off the idea booklet that came with the game. Same with the Maker 1 half of the level. So a number of objects here were actually based on Nintendo's owned samples. Like this big face over here and these other shapes that are in here. You know, back when Nintendo sort of was closer to the heritage of Mario Paint and envisioned Mario Maker at least as a bit of an art tool. And anyway, let's move on over here. And yeah, here's a big chump face. Yeah, it's basically the same level between the two halves, actually. I didn't realize that until I played both halves here. But you can see that Nintendo took very much an interest in sketching faces, especially. Reminds me of a couple of makers I know, in fact. that have a very similar artistic approach. And then, yes, we get back to the Mario Paint title theme as we get over to Undo Dog over here, and this is where it starts to differ, because here we are in Maker 2, of course. I think we just dropped safely down. And this bit here is the code that we plugged into the Maker 1 level back when we played it. So now there's going to be a code entry where we take the Maker 1 code and plug it into this game, which, if I remember it, is actually going to be Koopa Mole Chomp. And in my notes I actually wrote down that it was a black stiletto, but I guess it's just stiletto as the code, so we'll take red stiletto over here. And that should be it. Let's see if it works. Is it going to bounce? Or did I miss an element? Don't tell me I have to go back over my video footage, because I feel like we actually got it wrong. That was supposed to work. Well, this is awkward. I mean, we had a 5-digit code entry going from Maker 1 to 2, so I wonder if going to Maker 2 to 1 I missed something. Let's redo it, actually. I'll see if I can take a death, because this was totally supposed to work. And Il Quartermaker, thank you for coming by. Welcome again. Or maybe this is the... I don't know if this is a secret half or standard half, then. This must be just a standard half. And you come down here. But yeah, there must have been something else. Huh, curious. We're gonna do it again. I'll see if I can actually maybe fudge the code entry somehow. And we'll have to take a death into the scrolling segment coming in too. So to see it properly. Because I feel like it definitely missed a secret. Because that definitely didn't give me a key, it gave me a state switch instead, but I don't know if that's the standard path or the key path. Well, we might have to go back over to Maker 1 footage before I can complete this properly, because we're missing 1 digit in the code in my notes, for some reason. Because I thought I only saw 4 objects in that level, so... I hope we got this right. And I don't know if order matters, because I definitely just wrote down Koopa Mole Chomp Stiletto. And I don't know if that misses something. So yeah, we'll try a couple of different combinations with perhaps a 5th digit with that. Or we'll just ask Enrico when I see him around. I totally thought that would work. Given how smoothly things went with the first half. Without a boot here, we're in a bit of a sticky situation on this car. That's okay. But lots of power-up replenishment that's possible along the way, which is neatly embedded into the idea book here itself. And so we've got the Mario Paint music here with Mario and Undo Dog. Once more, and we'll drop in. Let me actually check my notes, just to make sure we add the right code. I remember finding it sort of odd that we only had 4 objects in the code that we took from Maker 1. So possibly I'm actually missing a digit. Because I put down Koopa Mole Chomp Black Stiletto. And I guess typically when you hit... Actually, let's check this. So typically when you hit it, does it give you a key or does it give you munchers? We need to see what the standard path is. Actually, what the standard path is munchers. Oh, the standard path is the key. Or rather, standard path gives you this pipe here. We took the pipe down. The key door then is something else. Oh, I think I know what this is. Okay, so we actually did get the correct code path the first time around and went down the red pipe. I know what a key door is. The reason there's a key door there... So, yeah, basically when we took the bonus path, we saw the scrolling segment with the additional music that ends here. And then you got something tucked into the whole top right corner, out the other blue pipe. You'll notice this is totally inaccessible. I believe the intention that Barrymode had in mind, and I remember him mentioning this, is that eventually when there is a Mario Maker 3, he wants the Mario Maker 3 level to provide the correct code for the additional bonus exit in this level. And then there's some kind of information in this level that is going to feed into the Mario Maker 3 level as well, potentially. Or maybe it's just the same code, I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, I think the purpose of the top right corner and the key door exit in the previous room, now that we've seen both of the pipe exits, is actually future-proofing for Mario Maker 3 if servers for this game stay live that long. Okay, we've seen both the exits, so now we're satisfied with that. So I did in fact see the secret exit first. I'd somehow forgotten that we hadn't seen that exit before, but anyway, that's it. Let's take a look at the first level in the queue today from Il Cuore Maker. Choose any that I want. Yeah, we'll just browse around a little bit and pick something, I guess. And thank you for the submission as well, Netcat. You know, we could just start at the top and work our way down. That might be easiest. It's been a while since I played anything by you, actually. Quite a long time. So, let's just start at the top and work down. Unless you have any objections. To checkpoint level for a TK contest. You might have to explain to me which contest that is, but take a look. This level is fun, and Netcat, you played on a stream as well. Okay, well, let's take a look here. We do need to jump immediately. That's quite a gap to cover. Let's because with the conveyor, yeah. With the conveyor, and then short bounces over, and then just a high bounce above the pokey. Okay, just a bit of momentum control at the beginning while we get accustomed to this game again. Yeah, a contest from another streamer friend, understandable. Pulled back a little too much here with the short bounce. We should just push forward, I think. There we go. And we have to make it through here. And then it's a high bounce off that one as well. So we just need to plan this accurately. We'll grab the POW on the other side as we pop down. Short bounces all around. And then, yeah, we need to go much higher than that. Didn't get a very good angle on it, so. Whoops, missed a high bounce for some reason. Nice touch there with the invisible block above the mole stack, just constraining your height and making sure your timing is going to work out. And yeah, we're holding poorly into the jump for some reason. I am holding the jump button, perhaps a bit late for that high bounce. Just gotta get used to this again. And anticipate that a little bit better. We're just holding right and jump. And expecting a full jump there, but apparently not getting one. So, try it again. I have to get used to some of the jump timings in this game again, because we've been playing Maker 1 for the past few months, and Maker 1 is subtly different. For a while I was slipping off edges and Maker 1 all the time, and I might have done a bit of mental adjustment around that we need to readjust now that we're back in Maker 2. There we go. Whoops, it's a little slow there. I missed the first bounce. And then we just kind of reverse back through there into the yellow pipe, and that should be the finish for this segment. With the ice there working as a timer as the fire comes over. Oh yeah, I just sort of thought that everything here was a controlled short bounce, but I guess if you are actually just bopping on a ceiling, then it will line up regardless. So yeah, we could just hold jump into it, and that's a very good point. That is quite a bit smoother in some ways. Oh, too slow. Missing the first bounce again. Yeah, of course we need to require jump for that. Bit with a spring. And there we go, that's out. Okay, now we need to practice a bit of control over here. Whoops, didn't expect to get dropped in like that. So, spike ball here. Oh, that's interesting. That you slowly inch your way over, perhaps, until you come up this way. That's a very interesting mechanism. And you go up there and probably just bop the POW immediately for that muncher. Okay, good. And then there's a bit of a chase. Once the moles come out to give you something to stand on. A bit of a chase over here as well. It's whoops, just missed the ceiling there. Yeah, a lot of fun ideas throughout this one. Basically, you need the on-off switch to clear space, and then you can just go up immediately. That's the whole purpose. And then, oh, we needed a crouch there. That's what the down arrow is suggesting, of course. Okay. Whoops, nope. We need to not miss, of course. Yeah, lots of fun ideas throughout this one. And we just need to read it quickly as we go from segment to segment. And we are out. Yeah, quite a lot of variety to it too. Yeah, you know, of course, that you can't just get through the clown car that way. We know that from experience. We just need to remember it. Nice way to do a moving platform that has a very particular speed to it. And, of course, that's a little bit of a fake out there with the photo booth that totally caught me by surprise. We should, of course, wait. Then we'll totally not fall for the trap this time, but we'll fall for a totally different trap instead. That's just how it's going to go. But yeah, very neat. And just watch our positioning a little bit better. Oop. Let's just wait. There we go. And that's it. Quite nice. Hope it did well in the contest. This was quite a while ago, I think, right? If I read the date on it correctly. Oh, actually quite recent. This was from about a month ago. So yeah, thank you so much for that one. we've got a big pile of yours to get through at some point, so feel free to send me some more, of course, and rejoin the queue if you want to stay. Ah, it's a contest that's still going to be judged. Well, I think it's probably going to do quite well. It's a level that's kind of packed with a lot of variety and fanciful uses of moles. Waspish Wiggler Hollow. Enter a grim hideout full of bad-tempered wigglers, and you escape. And yes, Netcat, you had recently told me that you'd returned to making after quite a lengthy absence, so quite interested here to see what gave you sudden inspiration. About a 3-year gap? Yeah, it's about that for me as well. I also last uploaded in 2021, and I've also meant to get back into it, but so it's going to be sending a Wiggle off the track. We saw a lot of this in Mega 1, actually, just people very excited about this idea all over the place. And some of these have been activated already. We want to move the bottom one, I'm sure, just for the sake of doing it. And then let's be careful here. That doesn't actually do anything for us at all. Possibly it's a speed route or something down below. And quite a bit of choice that we have here all of a sudden. I figured it was something winged. Doesn't matter seeing what it would be. This Wiggler's going to go, whoops, to the left. I totally missed. Ding dong. And yeah, Glackham, please do send something. We just started, so the queue is quite small right now, and we'll definitely have time. And let's move one of these properly. I don't know if this will give me an appropriate angle up there. Probably not, but I think we want to lower this blaster first, perhaps. Yeah, that's not really going to fly. Anyway, here's a little temporary trap over here. It's kind of nice to see these very open spaces too, with this level just kind of flowing continuously. Little trap rooms here and there. That's something that I associate much more with Maker 1 as well. And Gritoffy, welcome. Glad to see you here as well. Alright, let's hop over here. This is something that we should have been able to open up if we found a way to do it. Seems like there's all kinds of alternate paths that we just didn't see. I want to send something over there, probably. Oh, it might be a bit of a reversal or something that happens. Or just more necessary exploration. This looks like a very sad face. Look at this. This is such a frowny face. And Gritoffy was one who told you, Glackham, that I was playing Maker 1 stuff. And yeah, hanging out with some of Gritoffy's final streams when Maker 1 was pretty instructive as well. That's how I came by that one Amiibo showcase level, the Mystery Mushroom showcase level, where Gritoffy actually held the record. And was a very useful download at the end. You were lurking and then you DM'd Glackham when you saw me playing his levels. Yeah, we'd been going through piles and piles of Maker 1 codes for several weeks at that point. And of course I didn't get to nearly everyone I would have liked, but we covered a pretty broad range, I think, of Maker 1 ideas. Oh, that's bad. This is going to be a squish. Yeah, the thing about that Mystery Mushroom level was that I think a lot of people were in the market for exactly that. Something where you could play with all the animations, like climbing and water and everything else. This auto-scroll camera control giving you a nest of wigglers. Which oddly reminds me of the whole tunnel sequence in Hollow Knight. If you know what I mean. Actually, yeah. Let's watch the blades here that are buried, but also coincident with a bit of a warning sign with the up arrow everywhere. Anyway, let's go down here. What was the reason for sending that one over anyway? I think it's supposed to give me, yes, this. This is a little bit of a bonus. We will take. And then we'll go up. And yeah, Netcat, I can definitely see that you were sort of excited to try something out after such an absence. And it's one of those things that just looks immediately distinctive in a way that I think is hard to achieve with Maker 2 sometimes. And look at this three-dimensional staircase. And a boss room with a Wiggler just kind of creeping in and out of that blaster. Oh, you know, this is oddly reminiscent of the pipe fights, like the Wendy fight in Super Mario World originally, where you kind of have to watch the pattern and figure out a location that it's going to come up in. Should have watched out for that little on-off trap over here, of course. It's funny that I've never really seen that style of fight represented in Maker 2 before, really, up to this point. The kind of whack-a-mole mechanic that is so popular in Nintendo's own levels. Whoops. Need a good bit of information hiding for that, of course. Very familiar to a boss rush in Maker 1, I see, yeah. And you were saying, Netcat, you were inspired a little by the Wendy fight. Whoops. Sorry, that was a bit of a reading the chat death. Yeah, Glagum, we'll clear one level at a time in queue, and hopefully that will work just fine. Oops. I'm using a very old bot at this point. We can tell that Warp World for Maker 2 hasn't really been that well maintained in recent years. So I'm just very relieved when it works at all. It used to be very good. Okay, let's get up here. Actually, talking about Warp World just makes me think of the Jaku's Belly level that we also cleared in Maker 1. That was probably the toughest one in Glagum's set. Anyway, this is a Waspish Wiggler Hollow. Netcat's big return after a multi-year absence. And let's mark that one as a win. Yeah, Netcat, great to have you back. Snowball Temple from way back in 2019. This would have been right after the Link patch dropped. Within a few days, probably. Expansive tower dungeon using Link and snowballs. Let's see it. Right, and I guess snowballs and spike balls would have been patched in around the same time as well, if I recall. I know that they weren't there at launch, I just couldn't remember if they came in ahead of Link or in the same patch way back when. But anyway, we should probably... Oh. Think about this. It is going to be... Well, we need to roll... We need to let the snowball roll over here and just jump into this location, I think, and then... That's the simple way to do it. And we probably just need a shield across this. Or even Pegasus Dash across it, maybe. We should have jumped on top of that. In hindsight. Let's just roll this away first and try it again. Yeah, we should actually just shield across gently and then... whoops. And make it across from there. I feel like these one tile gaps are kind of built for the Pegasus Dash, but, you know, we should try that again the first way. It's kind of doable either way, just much less convenient without the dash. So we just need to jump more accurately, and then that's much cleaner. Much more in the spirit of what we're trying to do. That was a bad idea. We needed to blow that up. I was too busy looking at the hard blocks and thinking, huh, do I bomb that first or do I do something else? Let's get back upstairs. Yeah, definitely the dash. But with better timing. Okay, up we go. Then, nope. That's okay. If we're here at the end, that makes it simple to just jump. No more snowballs here, right? No. Oh, whoops. I accidentally hit that. I was just trying to let go of the arrow. We are supposed to blow all that up, and then we have this time shot on a P, I think, and then jump up to the door. Possibly. Whoops, let's jump on top of that. And it's always interesting to see what caught people's attention about Link Power Up right away in terms of which interactions they wanted to try. Okay. We do want to blow this up. But then, you know, we can always kind of head bump it over if we want to P-jump it over to this side. Because then the idea is that we would just P-jump like this and then get up there. It's probably more technical than what was intended, but we'll take it. And then, from this point, well, we don't need a P-switch for anything, I don't think. But we do want to get up here and probably shoot to the left to land on top of the platform. Unless, of course, we just spring this over and then... Yeah, we want to get on top, which means we jump and then shoot, I think, from this side. But not quite like that. We should rethink that. Or even do upward shot and then... You don't even remember what was intended anymore. That's alright. I mean... It's something we'll discover along the way. Okay, so what we want to do is... We do want to jump on top of this one. I was thinking we'd shoot up here, but I actually think now that what we want to have happen is... Let me think about this. We up this. And maybe shoot on the way up. And a little far for that. Hang on. That's going to be a bit too much of a drop on that shot. Nope, that was accidental up input there. There we go. That's what we were trying to do in the first place. I think we want to shield this one. It's going to roll, and then past that point we would get 2 jumps perhaps. Might be a little bit tricky. We would need to outrun it. Yeah, because we would try to outrun it and then jump on top of the next one in a sequence. Maybe. I feel like I'm going about this the wrong way. But let's just stand up here and then... Oh, no, we don't want to roll it from behind. I could have made a jump if we were a bit more accurate. And I don't know, next snowball is going to be a little bit late for that, though. I wonder if there's a better way for me to get up here. If we can stop it, like if we can get it into the shield roll and then stop it, that would be ideal. Maybe not like that. Hang on. Because basically we want a lower platform to stand on with these snowballs. There we go. And get on top of the other one after that. Mr. All Games All Day. And commemorating what is apparently World Scrabble Day. That's what somebody told me. I actually have no idea about that. But apparently it's World Scrabble Day, that's what I'm told. Okay, here's the problem, is that we can't really step on this one anymore because it breaks. So then how do we time 2 jumps together so they make sense? It's probably something I'm missing here. Well, because now he's not going to throw any more at me, so let's rethink. Break this. I mean, you can't jump it anymore. So you basically have to get 2 in sequence. Maybe you just need to jump and juggle it back and forth or something. No, that seems unusual. And unlikely. You know, you probably could have made that. Like if you shield, shoot, and then the shot is going to reload the snowball. So that actually works. What you do is, yeah, you drop the first one, then you shoot the next one to force an immediate respawn. And then you jump up. That absolutely works. Except we need to hit the jump. And CMM, welcome. Good to see you here. Okay, that almost works. We need to fix the timing a little bit, sometime in the next 100 seconds. Yeah, we need to shoot just a little bit sooner. And then there we go. That does it. That was a very satisfying one to piece together, actually. That you kind of have to understand the snowball throw logic, and the spike just sort of buffers this maximum of 2. Oh, because today actually is Alfred Butt's birthday. Okay, I didn't realize that. You would think I would know that kind of thing, given all the other Scrabble trivia that I share with you around these parts. You got all those Nintendo featured courses onto a profile. Yes, you mean all the character levels that you managed to data mine. Now what are we doing over here? We need to send it across, and I think it'll actually roll back on the slope. Right? It should roll back on the slope. It's not going to roll back on the slope. Ah, I see. No, because that's on pushing speed. If it's on rolling speed, then as long as we are strategic about when to hit what, it should actually roll back. Oh, no, not while it's overlapping. We are going to hit timeout pretty soon anyway, but we'll Try to escort it across. Yeah, too close. Maybe we should be hitting it from the left, actually, and then we send it through both gates. The sensible way. We follow it. Except, does it roll back on that slope? I think it actually still hits at that speed. Because basically we want off state and we want a snowball to jump on to head up there. So maybe we should lead the target. We will die in 11 seconds and we'll figure that out. Oh, you mean the ones they featured on Facebook? Yeah, on the list of featured courses. Yeah, so for those who don't know, Mr. All Games All Day, who just came in with the raid, has been doing a lot of data mining and course injection of data that was grabbed into the Maker 1 archive. Whoa. There we go. And thank you so much for the follow. Whoops. Hope we missed it. Well, there goes our chance, unless we shield, and then bounce, and then shield. Now we're gonna lose it. Fine, we'll do it again. And whoops, there we go. And then we follow it up here, and wrap around, and totally slip on the ice. And totally bump our heads. Okay. Fine, we push. No, too much of a push. And yeah, Crazy Bomberman, do feel free to throw something into the queue. It's pretty short right now, so should get to you before too long. Whoops. Let's wait. Okay. This we can do. This, however, took a little more work. Now, this just gives you another Master Sword. This opens this gate. Why would we want that? Because we have a small snowball, which presumably we would want to lower down here, because then it would roll into the P-switch. Why do we want that? Because we eventually want to get a P-state that will allow me to go through the P-door up here. So the object should be to get through the P-state. Then why would you want all the on-off switches? Let's find out. Okay, so we come up here. That just opens up the top level. I don't actually know what happened with the P-door down below, but I guess we'll have to wrap back down there eventually. Because this now closes off the bottom level. We have the door over there, which we'll take a look at in a bit. Looks like this, once you bomb the hard block at this pipe, is going to spawn something like a snowball that we need to roll all the way down. Thank you so much for the sub, Escalift. Much appreciated. Now, yeah, because we need to send it down here, and eventually you're going to get to a point where a big snowball, presumably, is going to bounce on a note block, and we would need to jump on top of it to get on top of this column here. Let's figure out where the door is matched. Interesting. Oh, okay, it gives you a vine down here, but then we can't actually get there yet unless we have an on-off state switch. Which tells me that what we want to do is we want to trap ourselves in a door with something like the bomb here. Is that within range? Yes, it is. And that lets you through on Divine. Except it doesn't, because it doesn't give you Divine anymore. Yeah, we should have taken a look at that. Interesting. Now, where does this go, though? It looks like this is actually just part of the climb from below. Actually, we don't know where we are. This is a fairly large layout. We haven't seen any of this, in fact. Now, kind of wonder if that goes over to belt. It almost does. To the point that we should actually try that again. And maybe slam it from down here. And actually one additional push at that point would do it. Almost. That would be carefully timed, though. There we go. And then that would get you over to this door, but also down here. We'll see what that is. Ah, yes, this is where you take out the hard block with a bomb. Always enjoy this kind of large-scale thinking. And yeah, that's eventually going to be a snowball spawn when you go down there. And you can toggle this on-off switch at any point if you want, but I think we'll actually reverse through this door. Just to see... Oh, no, that's just where we came in the first place, on the other side. But that's fine, because now we've opened that up. And then we just do this whole sequence here. Where we send the small snowball down. Except we need to shoot accurately. Oops. And quickly. Oh, not that quickly. We kind of need to get ahead of the snowball with that next diagonal shot, I think. Oh, oh yeah, no, that was an up diagonal there. And then you take that snowball up, and you jump on it. Okay. We should be able to do it. Nope. We know that second diagonal shot should get ahead of the snowball. Just from experience at this point. No, let's let it roll down first. Down. And then, oh, no, we needed one more shot. I didn't even think about that. There was this gate over here. So, we need to alternate pretty quickly, in fact, to make this happen. Oh, I don't know about that, though. I feel like we would need some kind of bomb timing on that, because... like, a bomb would hit like this. And we actually do want that, because if we find a bomb timing, then we're able to be in position here to jump as that switch gets released, because basically we need the detonation to occur as the snowball is exactly in this column. So we need to hit a fairly exact timing to do that. Oh. Yeah, because we need to hit and then toss like that, and then we get over here, and then hope that the timing lines up. We have 40 seconds left, so we'll have to redo some checkpoint in a moment. Yeah, fairly large-scale multi-room puzzle that we have here. And we're going to miss it completely. However, it is going to roll back, I see. And then we're going to miss. Nope. Did I actually manage to loop it back? No, we didn't. Almost got it. Oh, we'll miss. How far off checkpoint we're there. We're going to time out here, of course, but at least we know that the snowball is going to roll back, so it is actually not as time sensitive as all that. Okay, oh, whoops. Spawn it. So it's not what we did previously. Let's follow it instead. Oops. Hang on. confused ourselves for a moment here. No. Double tap needs to get away. Hang on. Spawn it. I just have a very clear intention in mind, only to miss it afterwards. No, we need to get ahead of it. That's what we discovered last time. Then get ahead like this. Let's just roll it back and forth until things happen. And not bop our heads here. Okay, good. On a switch. I never really did figure out what was going on with the P-switches here, actually. I kind of figured that we just needed a snowball to roll down towards the P-switches with a donut blocks, and that would eventually get you up to the P-door. We don't know where the P-door is matched. And where it would even lead. But possibly we just did things in a different order. Well, we'll see. You know, because of course, if you, whoops, know that the on-off switch can be hit here, does change things a bit. And allows us to come out here. So I wonder what the whole P-switch interaction down there is all about. We just haven't seen it yet. And yeah, Moyako, thank you for coming by and for submitting. Looking forward to it. Okay, so at this point, we're going to move over here. And B-Minutes, hope your audition went well today. The one over Zoom you were telling me about yesterday. Oh, the first time up here, actually. I hadn't actually successfully climbed up here before. I guess it lets you scout what's going on with all these Pokies. Don't know what's going on with the Pokies yet. I would eventually bounce up at them, but... checkpoint over here seems to be matched to this door. So we'd want to go over to this door, but from below, potentially. Let's see here. That's a bad idea, but we'll get out of there. Whoops. Not in time. You got hired on the spot. Congratulations. And better yet, you got to sing If I Were a Rich Man, which is very much its own reward. Whoops. Now, okay, let's do this again. Oddly enough, I bet that a bomb wooden wrench here could have just done something similar. We'll do this again. Oh, oops, no, missed. Oh, no, hang on. We were doing this just fine earlier. I think we just started missing for whatever reason. There we go. And it's an ongoing gig, right, because it was for the improv company you were telling me about. Well, I hope we won't see too much less streaming from you. Though it's kind of nice to see that you're getting back into theater, of course. You know, I bet we could just hit this with an arrow. It works a lot better. It's going to be a few times a month, I see. Okay, so we know that there was a whole sequence here that allowed us to go down and around. So I wonder what the purpose here was. Obviously, if you have an on-off switch that you activate from this point, you would be able to hit the question block. Presumably it gives you something like a line climb? I'm not sure. And Moyakos, thank you so much for tagging our channel there. Right, because you go down to donut blocks here. We don't have Divine Climb right now because we don't have the right on-off state for that. So we load in. This was the bit that we were doing with that switch. And then we drop bomb down here. And then that allows us to do a whole snowball interaction that is through the center column. Why would we want to do the snowball interaction in the center column though if we're already up here? Because doesn't it just get you back up to this location? You don't think you realize Ground Pound was that good with bombs? Yeah, I guess at this point we've seen it often enough as a puzzle solution that it looked like I did maybe circumvent a few things with it. But yeah, because I thought, given that we can see where this leads, this just gets you up into the top middle, right? So maybe we don't even need to do that sequence because the whole point is to get up to central column and get you up to where the vine spawns, so we don't necessarily even need that. Unless we need a particular on-off state for it. Yeah, because we don't have a way to hit the on-off switch here, so I guess we're supposed to come up here in the off state. In the off state, this gives you a Vine Climb, because you're supposed to lock this out, and then you come up here with the off state in order to get up to the question block. There's no other way to do it, because the only on-off switch is in the other room. I see now. No, it's not. No, it's not. Let's... That's what... this switch down here is for. Except we would need to go around before it detonates. Whoop. And we would miss anyway. I don't think we can actually beat that timing. I think we just need to lock this out with the off state and then come up here with the snowball jump down below. Which looks very much like it's supposed to be the intended sequence. Because even if you hit this bomb here, you can't make it over to the right in time, I don't think. Yeah. I think we should just go back to doing it the way we did before. Hang on. Which means we'll just reverse back out. Yeah, you can't make it over, really. So we'll just go back out of this room. And... up through here. Yeah, you'd think it had only been out for less than a week, exactly. Discoveries were coming in pretty rapidly with the Link power-up, I recall. Oh, whoops, no, wrong one. I was too busy watching the snowball to watch where we were shooting. Okay, and then we can wait for it to roll back. And then now we'll just try to jump on top of it accurately for a change. And then... that should allow you to get across here, and does it spawn when we get into this position? Yes, it does. Good. Because then it gives you a bit of a soft checkpoint of sorts. At least for now, until you change rooms. And then now that we are successfully in this state, we're able to pop this Divine Climb up here. We jumped up here previously, but not this high. I wonder what the whole pokey segment to the left even is. Maybe this is what gives you the checkpoint. And yeah, Divine Climb can be reactivated again once we go through here, so... oh, that's not the checkpoint, okay. Now, does this give you anything? Okay, Thwomp goes down. No, Thwomp is to the side. Thwomp is going to unload the snowball at some point. We better race it. Oh, whoops. Snowball gets unloaded. Why? Because that allows you to... not sure. This gets trapped. I think this sends you back down then. Okay, we better go back down and see what's going on. Right, okay, so this allows you to respawn into this room. The bomb thing probably skips the entire Pokey section, but don't quote you. Yeah, I didn't really see what the Pokey section was about. Oh, you mean the bomb that we kicked across the conveyor belt? Yeah, that makes sense. I think the snowball is supposed to go down and... Oh, well, the Thwomp just unloaded it because the Thwomp despawned. Then if the Thwomp unloads it... It's supposed to unload on a slope, right? If it unloads a slope, what does it even give you? It would allow you to potentially drop the snowball down somewhere, perhaps. Not exactly sure. If you're up here... Then potentially a big snowball could go down. I'm thinking about this. Let's see. Doesn't look like this will get you anywhere, but it's supposed to perhaps hit, and then the Thwomp retracts, and a snowball rolls, and then perhaps you send a snowball down. Let's scout since we're going to run out of time. And there's a side Thwomp over here, which we really shouldn't... Oh, I see. Okay, this is how you progress with the bomb over here. And now we don't have Link to stomp it out. Right, because that gives you checkpoint. That gives you checkpoint. Okay. So basically, if we make it past that Thwomp, then we can get down to checkpoint immediately. If I don't ground pound a bomb to the level, it would make more sense. Yeah, we might try to see at least some of it the intended way once, just to appreciate it properly. But whoops. Oh, that worked a lot better than I expected. Yeah, because I suppose what we were supposed to do is send the snowball down to the P-switch. Not like that, we didn't want to slice it. We just wanted to push it over to the P, I think. In fact, let's just get rid of this immediately and then bump. Whoops. Actually, it's okay to send it over as long as we eventually... Oh, I see. Because the snowball can just as easily roll over to the on-off. So I wonder what happens if you send it over to the B instead. Let's take a look. Yeah, the Link costume is so difficult to playtest in some ways because it breaks all this stuff. Hit the P-switch? Oh, it doesn't even hit the P-switch, actually. For some reason I thought it would. I was wrong. But it does hit the on-off. So usually, if you don't do the bomb kick, the snowball hits the on-off for you. And then... that's the way it should be done. Yeah, because I see that eventually you want to send something down the central column. The reason that these are here is so then you can get in and out independent of the on-off state. Because let's say you're in the off state. Actually, I'm not even sure about that because I feel like you would want everything open here to drop it all down and then... Anyway, let's try to see this somewhat intended way. It actually just rolls back down the slope. And we just... Oh, whoops. That's okay. We'll just get within 2 tiles there. Does it? Well, whatever. We know how it's supposed to look, so let's just kick it. But I see that perhaps the design solution was to use a snowball. Now, supposing that we don't do the bomb kick over to that switch, and do that skip, what would happens here is go down to this part of the sequence. And you wouldn't really be able to touch anything, but you could get up to the pokies. Perhaps see what that's all about. That snowball obviously can be taken down here somehow. And can be rolled across. Actually, maybe it's a snowball roll over there that's supposed to hit the on-off switch. I feel like it must be. We dropped a snowball down in this area. Now that would require me to respawn it. Unless, of course, you just get more snowballs off of the pokies. Now, why would I want to do that? I'm actually not clear on what the snow pokies are going to do for me here. Use snowballs, but not much else. Let's think about this. Also, notice, I mean, this is going to respawn, so I don't mind breaking it, but just totally blows up the vine. But then we could just redo this room. Yeah, because the snowball is going to spawn up here in this position. Wonder if I can avoid breaking it. Just take it down. Also, if you come up here... Muncher over there, that's interesting. Yeah, I guess we're probably supposed to jump up a whole sequence by unstacking the pokies just enough that you can actually get a series of jumps. Take you all the way up to the top of the column. Now, why would you do that? Let's try to make sense of it. Yeah, oh, that's good at miss, but basically, if you jump up towards here, then you can gradually circulate your way to the top. Okay, let's do this bit. Oh. Hang on. Not very accurate here. Okay. And yeah, as before with the snowballs, we have shown how to do that already, so I'll just do it the fast way instead. Then, here, we will shoot in a moment. Yeah, it looks like the idea here is that you unstack the pokies just enough that you can make jump across, but you have to be fairly accurate or you would otherwise need to reset. So, for example, we take that down to a pokey head. And the bottom one as well. And just create jumping platforms very carefully without hitting it too hard. Then you can jump up like this, and then you just kind of gradually unstack without actually poking the head too much. And that would send you up here, and that, I guess, is the intended way. Whoop, nope, missed it. Yeah, I was trying to shield into that and I just missed. Because you're supposed to take the Master Sword all the way over here, bomb that, and get checkpoint. So checkpoint actually comes much earlier than I thought it would. But it does mean we need to reset the whole room here. Notice that because you're in the on state, you can't get through the vine and the question block just yet. But yeah, that's how to do it. as designed. So we really did skip a big sequence there just by getting the on-off switch the way we did. Because, you know, maybe it was meant to be a conveyor freeze with a P-switch or something, but... anyway, let's... take this down slowly. Take it down to the head. Then... I don't know what this snowball is all about. I guess if you come in a different way, like if you drop down from above, then you can take the snowball off and eventually send it over to... Oh, I see. So, no, you have to respawn the room from an upper position, such that you respawn this snowball, and this snowball is what is supposed to activate the on-off switch. But you have to respawn it into this room while heading through another door coming down, like the door that we saw earlier. I understand it now, I think. The conveyor was there to stop the bomb ability, but it was too powerful, yeah. I can see that. Oh, that's a problem. You need a Master Sword. Oh, we can grab this one. Okay. Probably need to reset it. But yeah, the bomb kick in this location definitely skips quite a bit. Oops. Oh, I feel like we lower it by maybe one more. Okay. We'll head back up. Yeah, if we survive the thwomp up top, then we will get to checkpoint 1 right away. I would try to unstack this further, but I think I'm likelier to... Okay, and then... Oh, that was a problem. Let's try it again. Terrible jump control on our part. Okay, let's head up here. Right, we need to unstack the left side too. It's a little inelegant to try to stack that. Yeah, no, it doesn't work very well. We should reset. And then if we reset, then we can just do the left. Okay, first this time. One more. And we'll just do it up here. I do like how flexible this solution is in some ways. It's just that, of course, we do the platforming successfully. Not take its head off. Okay. Surely we can do this part. Then, oh, there we go. Okay, that'll get us to checkpoint 1. Or checkpoint 2, rather. And this gives you a vine climb to come back up here if you need. Which will be useful because at this point, now we've spawned into this room from above. We would always respawn from checkpoint in the on state, so the assumption is that we're going to be in the on state coming up to this point. But now we're able to respawn this snowball and send it downstairs. Yeah, it's going to roll. And then basically we have to stop it. Oh, that didn't work out too well. Drop it. Stop, drop, and roll. That's how to do it. That's, I think, the intended sequence at this point. And then we know about this. And yeah, the idea is that you leave everything in the off state because you want to climb up the central column in the off state. Once you do the whole snowball interaction down below. We are going to have to redo this bit here when we start from checkpoint. because we are a bit short on time, but it's okay. It is going to roll back because it has enough of a slope to do so. We go up to center in the off state. Oh. Pick it up here. And this will also give you fine for continuation. Let's not accidentally bomb this or something. Yeah, previously we went up this vine and then noticed a checkpoint area to the right. Yeah, because eventually we want to get something to head all the way down to center, down to the P-switch at the bottom. So we want the Thwomp to actually drop the snowball in such a way that it rolls back down here. And then we drop everything. Yeah. Now, oh. We don't want to drop in this location. We actually want to drop the snowball earlier. The idea is that the snowball can get into this position and then go all the way down to center, which is one of those dungeon solutions that connects the whole level, which we had actually seen on a horizontal scale in the Blackham Zelda dungeon in Maker 1 that we played, which had the big cloud movement all across the entire level that was part of the finale. The centerpiece of the finale, in fact. Very similar idea here, where you try to connect the whole thing. Only in a big vertical space this time instead, because it's Maker 2 and we can do that kind of thing. I totally missed the snowball that we were supposed to use to be the replacement for the bomb kick. Okay. And yes, we do want to stop this. Oh, whoops. No, we'll have to reload through something else. Can we actually get into the door here? No, we can't. So we'll need to reload through the checkpoint door, probably. Or, no, we don't need to. We can... We kind of do, actually, because I have to get the snowball from up above. That's okay. We can do things our way. We know how it's supposed to look. It's just a... If I'm not mistaken, it's potentially a very, very long reset to get that snowball to come back and be in a position where we can deal with it. But... I'll face the wrong way here. Go. Do things this way instead. Oh, I should have gone to the right. Yeah, okay. No, my mistake. We didn't want to come back here. We wanted to go to the right side. That's okay. And we forgot to bomb the snowball segment down below anyway. Okay, so we'll bomb this. Instead, we'll bomb this. Okay, good. Now we'll get back out. Interestingly enough, you could just toggle this again a second time, which might also not be expected behavior. That doesn't help, though, because we do want the off state going up to the vine climb later on. Yeah, thank you to the patience of people waiting in queue. Incidentally, I know this is a bit of a longer one. But we'll give everybody submission full time if we can. Okay, let's send this over. It's just going to go down the slope. Then we head on up the middle. Same as before. Oh. That's going to spawn a vine. And we get this vine as well. And then we need to figure out how to unload the snowball properly. Oh. Yeah, I need to get through here and shield. I missed a shield. But I think that's got to be it. Or you get down below and you knock the snowball to the left right away. That works too. That works better, probably. In fact. Just activate. And then why don't we activate like this? Where you just jump over here instead. Now we need to lower this, which is potentially tricky given its positioning. Let's see how it's going to drop. How do I drop like this? I guess we need to lower it in advance probably, but then it would just hit the wall. So we need to do some kind of straight drop with it. Yeah, I see. That if we lower all the donuts and then we just push it, it should just fall. The problem is, of course, that we might potentially activate the swamp when we do all that. And it doesn't even hit, in fact. Thought it might, but... perhaps we do need to roll it here. And the question is, how do we drop it safely? Well... nope. I think we need to lower all this in advance. Like maybe stop the snowball a little bit earlier, lower all this advance, and then just kind of stop it on top again, like bop it, as it's trying to roll over the middle. This will take a little bit of practice. Yeah, so we do want to bop it over this way, but then stop it. And now we lower everything we can, and then try to jump it. Oh, no, that's a bad fall. That's okay, we can take this. Yeah, because I feel like we need to escort the big snowball all the way down, and eventually hit the P-switch with it. Because it's the only thing I can think of that is going to hit that P-switch down below. And it looks like this is supposed to be the kind of level unifying function that you perform. Oh, missed it. Yeah, thanks so much for the submission, Cat. So you just fall into the left side here. Yeah, because right now it's not clear to me how to drop this safely while preserving it. As we can see the exit for the P-door actually on the right side over here. The P-door eventually goes to the blue pipe. Maybe we're supposed to drop it from up top, because otherwise you'd just be in this situation where you have to follow it down. Which seems unlikely. Maybe we pushed into it too aggressively up top. Or maybe there's a way to stop the thwomp directly above. Yeah, because if you stop it like this, which is what one of my panels seems to be doing for you, maybe we just did too aggressive a push earlier. Oh, that was bad. Oh, no, maybe that's fine. It was pushing like this. And perhaps we push it up the slope and just let it roll back. But then we would have to jump on it as it's coming over. After having lowered all the donuts. I see. Okay. So we actually do have to stop the snowball at the one-way panel, let the thwomp push it again, and roll it up a slope, roll it back down, release all the donut blocks, and then jump on it as it's rolling over to dunk it right here. Then we roll the big snowball down this slope, and oh, we'd have to do that again, actually. Huh. Moyako, yeah, 3:40 a.m. here, and you were streaming more than 7 hours. Wow. That's quite a run. Hopefully we can get to your level soon, then. Looks like we're quite close to the end, because we're past checkpoint 2 already, and we just know that the final interaction is likely just getting the big snowball to fall down on the P-switch all the way down below, which is going to take a little bit of time to set up, but anyway, we'll roll this down. Yeah, because big snowball is going to... Whoa. Oh. Activate a P-switch when you do push it, right? So, whoops. Yeah, we're gonna do this little skip here just because it's faster. Then through here and here. Okay. Whoops. Roll, roll. Oh, whoops, too soon. A mistake. And we roll it back. And jump. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, that's the thing, is I don't really have a good sense of how to do the straight drops on the big snowballs later, because you kind of have to get rid of the donut blocks in advance, and then nudge them down as they roll. I mean, this is clearly a rolling path for the big snowball to come down. But to drop it in the center column to begin with is a bit of an issue, perhaps. Get back here relatively quickly, at least. Okay, now the thwomp pushes over here. And now we can roll this gently and get rid of a couple of donut blocks in advance. Oh. Nope. I should have just rolled it back. Actually, yeah, if we sort of stop a few in advance... Okay, let's redo this. Upside. Maybe I'm trying too much of a high execution method here. There could be something a little bit better, but no, I mean, that's what this slope looks to be for. It really looks like it's a purpose of this whole slope. Nope. Let's try to drop it accurately. I wasn't quite sure about timing there, so... Okay, this is gonna be a problem though. So let's redo it. Then there we go. That's fine. Blundered into that, but this will work. So yeah, I think we push this first and we start activating. Then you drop it. That's exactly how to do it. Don't tell me that thwomp just pushed that out of the way. It did not. Okay. That thwomp coming over looked like it was going to just slam into the snowball. Okay, same idea here. Now we drop below. And we drop. Now we have an on-off switch, and we need to pick which direction we're going in. We'd better use this switch here. Now we'd better pick a side. Right side. Oh, hang on. Let's stop this for a moment. Now, we drop this. Is it gonna go down? Yes, it is. Then, let's not miss. There we go. And there's the flag. Neat little snowball boss here. And that's it. Yeah, I saw the central solution and the kind of intended structure a while ago. We just needed to figure out how to set up the big snowball properly. But in the end, we got it, and thank you so much, Glacom, for Snowball Temple. Yeah, for something that was sort of within a few days of the Link power-up becoming available, that was extremely elaborate. Your one puzzle in Maker 2. Well, I mean, it was like many levels put together in its own way, so... Yeah, it's the kind of scale that I wish we saw more of in Maker 2 for sure. And I think when the Link power-up came out, there was a burst of people trying to do larger and more ambitious puzzle dungeons, but we only had so many of those over time. And Ilkwari Maker, let's take you back in here again. Did we actually previously... Yeah, that's right, we cleared yours first today. Let me take a look at the current list just so we know who's up after that. Right. Okay. Let's just continue going down the list, I guess. As we've been doing previously. Ilkwari, if that's okay. You were saying, Dukratofi, earlier, you wasn't quite feeling like the vertical levels you were comfortable making really fit into Maker 2 vertical. That's kind of interesting. That, you know, some of the room-based concepts for quasi-vertical in Maker 1 wouldn't really translate over in the same way. Oh, we need to watch our timing here. We should have just gone fast. That would have caught it if we just held right. Needs to kind of get back to the pace of it. Another level here. Yeah, it's kind of a hold right for sure. Well, up until you get to this point. Oh, very nice. What's this all about? Okay. Moment to slow down, I suppose. And I guess we have to hit some kind of state switch here. Well, eventually. Oh, very nice. But then we need to kind of hold right and decide to jump out properly. There we go. Checkpoint. Yeah, it takes a moment to see what the input's going to be, but then we will get it. Potentially getting dunked into the spikes, of course. And then we have to duck immediately. This is another little adjustment coming from Maker 1, being able to duck us the sprite again. I kind of missed that, actually. But after having been away from Maker 2 for a few weeks. Yeah, Gilmore really went very, very vertical in a lot of Maker 2. He's had some very interesting ones, too, that have memorably used that in conjunction with things like the liquid mechanics with lava and water. You know, getting that to work in a big, ambitious vertical space was something that we definitely started to associate with some of Gilmore's Maker 2 creations. Oops. Oops. Let's be careful here. This is right after checkpoint, of course. Yeah, I guess with fake vertical levels, it's kind of like the opposite effect of having so much scroll stopping in Maker 2, where when you have more confined spaces in a larger layout, you get a bit more control over what's going on. It's kind of funny to think about the pseudo-vertical levels of Maker 1 is, in some ways, in spirit, being a lot more like all the Maker 2 scroll stopping. Oops. Needed to get right a little quicker here. We are tested a bit on our reaction time here in the mole tunnels. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we need to duck into this. And, yeah, we can do it. Just don't worry about giving us hints. We can execute it just fine. Most of the time. Then we just slide in here to the twister. Oops. It took me a moment to realize that was a cursed key, not a normal key. That's interesting that was positioned in such a way that Phanto just hits you immediately. Very deliberately positioned in a way we typically don't see with Phanto. Yeah, because basically you're given just enough time to work with that you cross into a position where Phanto becomes a threat at the exact moment when he's going to get in the way of things. Yay. There's definitely a bit of an element of DKC barrel cannons going on all over this level. And then we push the fire through because that's just how fire works. That's a lovely animation. I can't believe it works. Of course, we will have to drop down. Now, can I... Well, the flagpole's right there, so we can just take damage, I think, and we'll be fine. Yeah, for a moment I had to kind of assess that and make sure, okay, I can take damage, right? And just get up to the flag. But that meant we got to enjoy the little flame animation at the end, so thank you so much for that, Ilkor. Yeah, fun level. Definitely tested a bit on the reaction time there, but very clear about its theming between the two sections as well. Fruit toffee. There were a lot of people in Maker 1 whose Maker 2 profiles I either didn't locate or didn't really keep up with. And so it's kind of nice to see some of this come back. This is Super Discord World 2, which is another project that we didn't really keep up with. We played a lot of single levels in a lot of the Maker 1 editions of the Super Discord Worlds that were organized by Pink Birdo back in their first incarnation. But I think we just kind of missed out on this late 2019 set here. I remember when it came out, actually. I remember when Super Discord World 2 was a thing. But we should go back and do it completely at some point. Anyway, a very well-liked level here in Walnut Woods. This one is very simple and traditional, and the only Maker 2 level you've made so far, I see. Then We'll have everything positioned for claws here. Lovely icicle rain effect, of course. You know, we've seen a lot more of it over the years, but I think it makes a big impression on anybody who sees it for the first time. It works very well, the trees here. Come on, jump. Oh, I was hoping to go for it, but I guess we'll come up here instead. And I mean, that's one way to go fishing, I guess. Whoops. I was hoping to just land on it. We'll just use them as a little drop platform here. And whoops. Hang on. Oh, neat little exchange with the 10 coin there. I guess we just put it in range to drop it. Oh, so it is a custom scroll that is going to pick up over time. Whoop. Why, thanks for the save, Yoshi. What a hero, that Yoshi. Just doing what he does best. Thank you so much for that, Grid Toffee. Yeah, good to catch up on your complete presence in Maker 2. And yeah, Natcat Wholesome is a very good way to describe it. Crazy Bomberman. Oh, whoops. Go. Perhaps you'll make more someday, yeah. Makers do come and go. We've definitely seen that pattern from a lot of people over time. Spot the difference too. This is a very new upload. Not much player data on it to indicate just how tricky in the spectrum spot the difference is going to be. Anyway, let's spot the difference. It's got 3 panels here. And we'll just look at it top to bottom. We've seen all ranges of spot the difference levels. Sometimes some of them are very pixel precise. I'm just looking at each row here, piece by piece, to see if maybe there's something in the background that's been concealed or anything else obvious. I feel like, yeah, oh no, that's just part of the parallax. I have to scroll a little bit sometimes to see if some difference I see in the artwork is actually just part of the parallax or something else. Your first spot the difference is easier. Yeah. Yeah, we've seen some tough ones before, so we're no strangers to having that occasionally trap us a little bit here. Looking at the mushroom platform stalks over the clouds to see if there's any difference here. Question blocks are in the same arrangement. Turn blocks are in the same arrangement. I mean, the arrangement's effectively the same. We're just kind of seeing if there's anything to the overlaps or the background that we might be seeing. Getting stumped in the first room already. Ice blocks over stars, P-switch over P-switch. No blocks don't seem to be doing anything different here. I'm just trying to see. I mean, notice how you've got the platforms obstructing the yellow turn blocks that are behind them. I wonder if there's something to that. Some other offset that we're not seeing here. And yeah, Moyaku, you can't see anything? Yeah. Sometimes it can be something that is like pixel precise. And it might also be something to do with... well, in this case, the placement indicates to me that it won't be something to do with the background. But I'm also looking at the ground tiles here to see if there's maybe a ground tile doodad that we're not seeing, or anything to that effect. This is on the tougher end for sure. Pipes over each other. Because I'm thinking, you know, if there's some subtle difference in something like the mushroom platform stalks, that might indicate that they're built at a different length or something. But no, that wouldn't be the case. It's just the same pixel art tiling, right? Looking at the blue platforms carefully. And Sapphire, you see it, yeah. We haven't seen it yet. I'm going to time out in the first room, which will be a little crazy, but... yeah, I'm just scanning the background very carefully to see if there's something hidden, like something background art that might be connecting. Oh yeah, you see these yellow pixels. You see how, look at the note blocks, and this turn block here. You see that one yellow pixel that's protruding in each of these? That's it. This is the kind of level this is. Yes, I see it. I don't know if that's even visible on my stream since I'm streaming at 720p. Yeah, no, I see it. I actually couldn't quite tell what made that, but we're going to time out before we actually get a proper read on this room. But sometimes when you do a spot the difference, you know, the first room is all about just figuring out what the difficulty is going to be and how specific this level is going to be. Well, it turns out this one's going to be quite specific. We do need to look at individual pixels there. Yeah, very, very subtle. Took me a while to pick that out, and then here, I mean, we're not going to have enough time to look at this one, but let's try to get a read on what's going on. I think that must have been done using... I see how that was done, in fact. It's using the little yellow flowered ground tile doodad. If you place it on a ground tile that is directly below these columns, then most of the artwork's hidden by the blocks, but it pokes out just a little bit over here. You see, I think it's using that ground decoration. It's almost entirely concealed, except for that one little pixel that's peeking out of the corner. And you're telling me it's correct, okay. Yeah, I realized that was the case after looking at how that artwork actually recurs in this room. If you look at this column, for instance, you can see what that is and what it's made of. And you can see that in this room, all three of those tiles are going to be the same. So, let's kind of go row by row here. Yeah, I'm glad I figured that out. That was a little tricky, maybe a bit hard on my eyes, but, you know, we managed in the end. And if it's going to be something that specific, I think maybe there's going to be an arrow placement here that is disguised a bit, where we want to look at arrows perhaps that look almost identical but might be flipped or might be reoriented. I kind of see it. If you look at the right arrow, this one is different. Look at the arrow and the overlap with a star. Look at a star and look at how it exposes a few empty spaces there that these two do not. So these two are arrows that point right. This one I think is actually an arrow that points at a diagonal. And it's just barely disguised. Like the star right here, just look at a star and you can tell it's a different arrow. Yeah. And yeah, Moyako, you saw it too. Yeah, I'm glad I caught it myself, and Alright, here again, we can look at the background decoration first, because we know that's going to be relevant to this level, and it doesn't look like it's going to give us anything, at least. Not immediately. It might be something with a skull platform overlap, where maybe one of these has a slight protrusion, but the other ones do not. Or maybe not. I mean, no, all these are all just skull platforms. Not going to do anything different for us, except move and throw off my vision. But yeah, because they're always just going to come in sets of 4. I'm just looking at the objects themselves. The objects themselves are usually going to be identical. It's just going to be occluding something in the background, perhaps. Yeah, just looking at this carefully, and you see it and you won't spoil yet. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at the rhythm of the animations. Well, I see it, I see it. It's behind a mushroom. You see a mushroom? Yeah, there's something kind of stacked behind a mushroom here that is making it look different. I can't really even see what that is. I feel like it's something that is stacked in position. Possibly multiple mushrooms. Yeah, this one over here, we're looking at a tracks. This level isn't really going to repeat the same tricks too many times, so we are looking at some of the same things, just to be diligent about it. Look at the blinking of the P-switches. The blinking is a different pattern here. That this is synchronized, the other ones are not synchronized. How could that possibly be the solution? Yeah, it's the synchronization of the P-switch animation. How do you even set that up, though? I don't even know how you control that in the editor, to be honest, unless it was something to do with our spawn position going into the room. Yeah, the P-switch blinking. Well, we'll think about that later. We're going to time out. We'll get a chance to look at it again. Yeah, that's a very neat trick. And one that I don't think I've really seen used as a spawn to different solution before. Yeah, the blinking is affected by scrolling. Yeah, because I wasn't paying attention to how we scrolled in that room as we spawned in, and so it's kind of interesting that that was used to set up the difference. Okay, let's see if we actually remember anything we're seeing. It's going to be the yellow pixel on this one. And yeah, we'll take a look at the one-up stacks once we get back to the room. This one is the one with the arrow. It's rotated. This one is the one with the mushroom stack. This one is the one... Wait a minute, though, but this time we spawned this in such that this is blinking with this one, and then this one is different. But then if you scroll back like this, then... So did I just accidentally get the right solution? Or... Yeah, because I guess if you're scrolling back and forth, you are never going to get the P-switches in the middle out of spawn range. I see, I see. Because, yeah, look at how this gives you just enough room to move back and forth, such that the middle P-switches never despawn. But when you first enter the room, I'll show you. When you first enter the room... And yeah, sure, welcome back. We've been playing Maker 1 for a few weeks since we haven't seen me around at Maker 2. And I know you've created a bunch of new courses. When you spawn in, these two look the same, and this one looks different. But you kind of have to scroll back and forth. And then this one maintains position. And so, yeah, when you first spawn in, perhaps it's not clear that this is actually the solution. But, or maybe we just read something totally the wrong way. Or, yeah, maybe the actual solution here is something completely different and we just misunderstood it if you're telling me that it's not scrolling. Or... yeah, maybe we missed the actual solution there. And just coincidentally got the right one. Yeah, look at this one. The middle column, center mushroom, that one is stacked. Just like the mushroom solution earlier. And it's only that one. Okay. Alright, here's another one. So maybe we shouldn't put too much stock in the P-switch scrolling, because the P-switch scrolling is always going to be affected by stuff like this. Mushroom stacking between the two seem to line up just fine. The background flowers seem to line up just fine. Oh, there's something over the P-switch here. You see? The middle P-switch? The P-switch is stacked on top of a cloud block, I think. I believe it's a cloud. Anyway, we spotted the difference. Yeah, the middle P-switch in that last one was stacked on top of a cloud block, I'm pretty sure. That was the case, because you could see the white corners of the cloud kind of peek out at you. Yeah, Netcat, it's not the hardest one that I've seen in terms of like how closely you have to look at the pixels, but it's definitely something that requires you to be attentive. And I think sometimes trying to reverse engineering what the trick is definitely part of the pleasure of doing these as well. Moyako, thank you so much for waiting so patiently. I know it's getting very, very late for you. And let me know what you want me to see. I guess we'll just continue going in order with Mario Tarzan next, since we've been kind of doing them bottom to top anyway. Unless you have a strong preference for seeing Hot Mario, since this was just from a few days ago. Let me know if you have a preference, otherwise we'll go up the list. You're saying yeah, as in yeah, do Hot Mario, or yeah, do Mario Tarzan? Because I see this as a very recent upload, maybe you want it tested. So yeah, let me know, otherwise we'll just go with Mario Tarzan first. In order? Okay. Well, expecting a little bit of swinging on this one. Okay. That up. I have to get back into the Maker 2 mindset with one-way panels as well. Where... yeah, you have to kind of do a half climb over here. That's the whole level, really. Or at least this part of it. After that one level, who was it by? The one by Stoops, I think, that we played near the end of Maker 1. That was all about jumping onto one-way panel corners. After the amount of time we spent on that one, anything with one-way panels, I think is going to be a mental adjustment. Whoops. Having a bit of trouble jumping off of this. Hang on. This is just a control issue on my part, I think. It's not something wrong that I'm doing. Let's just find the right position here. There we go. And yeah, thank you for the second submission, Crazy Bomberman. Awesome Lamp, welcome. Oh, whoops. Thought I had a little more room to work with. Yeah, if we aim for the coins, we'll just get out of there quickly, obviously. And we'll just be careful with our headroom here. Jump around this way. And thank you for the submission, Awesome Lamp. Oh, whoops. That's okay, we're right at checkpoint. Okay, and then we just jump point to point over here, I think. Over here, we need to climb carefully without overshooting. Now, can't quite see where I'm going here. I guess we'll just go for the coin and open. Oh, I see. We just need to cling on that directly. I didn't realize we had the floor over here that I could fall into. Maybe I had a visual cue for that earlier that I just forgot about. But I really had no idea what I was jumping into there. Whoops. Nice of you to give me some water here for retrying this briefly. Oops. I mean, I guess the water is also partly here just to complete the whole jungle theme. Definitely works well as just a bit of an introductory reset pit. Oops, let's give ourselves enough headroom this time. Oh, there we go. How many comments with Vine Gang? Well, if this were a YouTube hit back in the Maker 1 days, you wouldn't even be able to see the level through then. I remember in Maker 1, for the longest time I was playing with Miiverse on, and that's how you know a level made it to some big YouTuber. You would just see, you know, Block Gang over here and Soft Lock Gang over there, and everybody displaying their gang signs. Oop. This kind of gives you a Kaizo Mario 3 impression. Interesting. Yeah, I don't really know my ROM hacks very well, to be honest. Apart from watching people play them, so... Somebody else mentioned Kaizo Mario 3 specifically in some context to me recently, and I'm trying to recall what it was. But yeah, as far as streaming goes, I kind of started with Maker 2 and gradually went back to Maker 1, so I wasn't part of the whole kind of Maker 1 to ROM hack drift that happened quite dramatically the first time around. I mean, I know it happened, I know it mostly from watching the people involved and so forth, but it's one part of the history, the design history, that I don't have a good sense of. Whoops. Just a pure yellow and going up, I see. Just a visual impression and also from the vertical space. Oops. What is my favorite Mario style? As in terms of which Mario game we're dealing with? Like Super Mario 1 or 3 or World or what have you? It's a good question. I think it was seeing people get the most mileage out of Super Mario World. But really depends, because sometimes the mechanical restrictions in SMP 1 or SMP 3 make a lot of concepts possible, just because mechanically the player can't do things that would break it. I'm quite fond of 3D World, actually. And of course, whoops. For people who want to be doing a lot of advanced platforming mechanics that are kind of left to the player, you can see why New Soup NSMBU is so popular in that respect. Perhaps only that respect. But yeah, I actually do like a lot of the original mechanics in the 3D World theme. In some ways, I think there's a lot going on in 3D World that hasn't been explored enough. Because sometimes I think people get a little bit too focused on what isn't possible when they try to build it in the same way, and they need to apply a very different mentality to it when it comes to what is possible. Okay, so you can take the lower path. This looks like it's just a scouting path to show you where to go. And yeah, you basically just have to catch the top of the vines with each successive jump. Always makes me think of the Mang Grasshopper level, for anybody who knows that one. You just catch the single tile at the top of the vines. Whoops, we climbed too far. Okay. Yeah, this kind of tricks you out a little bit because you want to hold up to grab onto the vine, but you don't want to push into it too far. Or you fall into that trap. Yeah, let's... whoops. Back here. And over. Yeah, I hear people talking about wanting, you know, an eventual Mario Maker 64, so to speak, like a 3D Mario Maker at some point. There are a couple of reasons why I think that would be, while conceptually interesting, really challenging to make work. But well, it's like with any tool set, you know, you give the players more power, you're going to get a mix of really audacious concepts that use the whole tool set, and a lot of other things that just make a big mess, and kind of have to accept that you'll get both. Things that make the game look just like nonsense. Things that really kind of use every tool you're given. But I don't know, I found... I mean, I'm much more of a 2D player than a 3D player, so I find that there's a kind of elegance to 2D Mario in terms of players and makers bringing in this common language or common rule set with them that you can't really get with any other Maker game for any other series. I think, you know, it's very difficult. And of course, I know there are other level editors for tons of other games. I mean, I messed around in the Lode Runner level editor a long time. I don't even want to say how long before Mario Maker existed. But you see a lot of different attempts at editors. There was this fan-made Mega Man Maker, I think that was a big thing a few years back. Among fan games, anyway. And Bashad Visser, thank you so much for the submission. Let me know in advance if I'm supposed to bring in a co-op partner for that, by the way. You play on Rayman Redesigner. It's a fan-made level editor for Rayman Redemption, which is a fan-made remake of Rayman 1. Yeah, I've heard of Redemption. I didn't know about the designer mode for it. But yeah, lots of custom maker games out there, but I find that definitely, you know, when it comes to a kind of shared base of community knowledge and experience, there's not that much that occupies the same space as 2D Mario specifically, like not even 3D, because the 3D games vary so much. Oops. You know, even just basic expectations, like people knowing that you'll occasionally have to drop Yoshi into a pit. Or whoops, out too far. Was trying to be cautious with that one, but we overshot. Yeah, you're saying that after 3 years people get the hang of it. Not nearly as tight-knit as Maker, but yeah, you're always going to get some people who just sort of mess around with the tools they're given, but it's better to have that in a way. I find that particularly with, you know, the thing that people all rightly complain about in Maker 2, which is just how aggressively Nintendo deletes supposedly unintended behaviors. It's, I think, better in the long run for the health of the community to let the advanced players have their tools, even at the risk of a certain inelegance for those playing endless or what have you. I had this earlier. I don't know why we've kind of lost our jump positioning all of a sudden. Oops. Let's just find it again. Yeah, I wonder why we've sort of lost the position that I had. I think I'm just not gaining sideways momentum out of this climb. There we go. Much better. And let's give ourselves some headroom. And you're saying there's only a few select makers talking through Discord for the Rayman redesigner. Yeah, you kind of need the player base to hit a certain critical mass to have sufficient documentation and information sharing. Yeah, like I've often said in my stream, the big sort of maker scene that I was part of before Mario Maker was actually customs on Warcraft 3 and later StarCraft 2, and it was a very difficult transition for people to go from one to the other for all kinds of reasons, and a lot of poor decisions that were made with the editor in StarCraft 2 in particular. And did mean that, you know, a lot of people who would normally be involved in trying to document things and supply the tools and the knowledge kind of dropped out of that quickly, even back when the game was in beta. Whoops. And yeah, we know a lot of the kind of researchers and guide writers in Maker 2, but a lot of them have kind of dropped out of making for some time now, I think, after getting their knowledge out there. Whoops. And the Gamers Room 775, welcome, thank you for the submission. Hopefully it won't take too long. I progressed so far in this room, and now we're just completely losing it here. And Crazy Bomberman, you just found out level length in Mario Maker 2 is shorter compared to Super Mario Advance on GBA. Super Mario World GBA, as in Super Mario Advance. Or was it Advance 2? I'm trying to remember. The Advance series like started with SMB 2, right? And then went to Super Mario World, and then to Yoshi's Island, and then to SMB 3 last. I'm trying to recall if I have the order right. Are you talking about level length in terms of the amount of tileable space that you have horizontally? Because I would not be surprised if that were the case. Got this earlier, I don't know why I'm having so much trouble now. Level length from left to right, yes, that's right. Oops. Yeah, I don't know the GBA advanced ports very well, although last year we did stream all of the e-reader levels in Advanced 4. Which was a really interesting experience, especially coming from Maker, because some elements behave according to totally different rules there. Like how to boot just outright kills swamps in that game. And there were some really interesting one-off interactions that don't exist anywhere else too, like how the Tanuki suit, like the full-body Tanuki suit that gives you the statue, also reveals invisible blocks in one level. And lots of interesting things that you see there that you don't get elsewhere in the series. Nope, overshot. I knew this was going to be a problem because that's also the furthest we got last time too, and somehow we still managed to do it wrong. Oop, there we go. Yeah, we do need to make sure we have horizontal momentum coming out the jump. Oop. And Document, welcome. We've been doing quite well. First day back in Maker 2 in a couple of weeks. Yeah, we've been having a bit of an old school reunion apparently here. Gritofi was here too. And oh, there we go. Finally. There we go. Oh, overshot. Okay. So close to the end too. Maker 2 promotes short levels for the Versus feature. I'm not sure about that because I don't play enough Versus to really see much of what gets seeded there. I watch other streamers, well, I mean, mostly Orator, I guess, like, play Versus from time to time, but it's not a side of the game I know well at all. I do know that, I think socially, Maker 2 tended very heavily towards much shorter levels than Maker 1, partly because of the vast change in a lot of the level sharing culture, that now it's much more about, you know, first of all, the way that people were optimizing the way to pile up on likes, because the incentive systems for makers are a little bit different in this game, with the costumes and some of the leaderboard changes and whatnot, but also just the way that the pace of older events, I think, like a lot of what was once organized on Reddit, which we weren't really around for much, but, you know, we could tell playing through Maker 1. Thank you so much for the raid, Azalea, by the way. That events that were, I guess, organized to encourage larger scale and more complete and more maximalist creations used to be a much bigger thing, whereas nowadays it's all about people feeling under a certain amount of time pressure when it comes to seeing people play their creations completely on stream if they're submitting it to viewer levels, for instance, because, you know, a lot of people are not going to be as thorough as I am here sometimes, and they'll have stricter time limits, or they'll exclude lengthier creations like puzzles, for instance. And I think that's had a definite effect in terms of the retention of certain styles of makers and making over others. Let me give you a shout out, Azalea. Let me do that quickly. And welcome Ancient of Ones as well. We're playing That's Not My Neighbor. I don't think I even know what that is. I've heard of it. Okay. Yeah, so you just need to hold horizontally in the direction of travel when you jump off the vine stair. We knew that, and I didn't really think about it thoroughly at that point. And yeah, thank you so much, Azalea, for bringing our crew along today. Oh, oh. We actually kind of want to line up against a block that obstructs you on the ceiling there. It's a little easier, yeah. Oops. Maker 2 is going great. It's our first day back in Maker 2 for quite a few weeks, since we mostly focused on Maker 1 this year before it shut down. But I'm generally pretty content with what we get on viewer levels. I watch other streamers sometimes, and they always just make me think that I have comparatively a very high quality queue. And not just with our regulars, but with new people coming in as well, that they have a consistently interesting experience here. Oops, overshot in exactly the same location. Lunar Magic always kind of made you shut down before you really started, even after watching video tutorials. Oh, you mean just in terms of the accessibility of making it? Yeah, Document, didn't I see that you were also recently part of some collab hack that... I'm trying to remember who was also in it, because it had a lot of people I knew from Maker that were all involved. I mean, you probably know the one I'm talking about better than I do. Yeah, I was going to get into streaming ROM hacks right before the final big patch for Maker 2 dropped, and when it did, we were tugged so hard back into Maker 2 that I just never really got around to a lot of the ROM hack ambitions. But someday, probably. And yeah, definitely the kind of customization and programmability is a big change. I think people have to remember sometimes with some of the simplicity of the Maker tool sets in both Maker 1 and 2 that they find restricting or frustrating, that is because the Maker tool set is itself a Nintendo game, right? And has a certain standard of simplicity that it does need to adhere by. That it's funny to think about, actually, because if you look at some of the interface in something like Game Builder Garage, if anybody remembers that, I never played it myself, but where you draw connections between nodes and triggers and so on. To some extent, it'd be great to have that kind of programmability in Maker, but it would be something that I think would be in a very different design direction than some of the simplicity and elegance you see in this game here. So anyway, we finally got through that segment, and we have a key door over here that we'll need to reverse back to once we do a Boom Boom boss for the Vine Climb. So yeah, Vine Climb boss, after developing this concept the whole way through. Yeah, Sapphire, we essentially are Donkey Kong in this level. As we know, partly because I have been playing Mario vs. Donkey Kong, the remake as well, and definitely Donkey Kong's style climbing and jumping mechanics that are much more like the older arcade games. Takes some getting used to after so much more standard Mario. Oh, missed it. Okay, there we go. Missed. Oh, too bad. I mean, we can probably still bop him, we'd just get stuck here anyway. Derbyshire Visitor, you'll have to wait a couple of weeks to switch to Vivian. However, you can just pretend that we are currently already playing as Dupless, and then that effectively covers that chapter of the story in question. The first level document you ever tried to make in Super Mario World, you applied a vertical camera fix patch. Interesting. As in affecting the scrolling behavior in terms of when it actually takes you up and down. Oh, too bad. Kind of in the habit of just moving towards Boom Boom sometimes. Bad idea if we're already up against a wall. Anyway, down we go. And yeah, we shouldn't go too eagerly. We should probably let it cycle into position first. Yeah, to Derbyshire Visitor, without going into too much detail, I mean, you know, that's why I'm kind of talking around the subject a little bit, because if you know, you know. I'm very interested to see how it handles that segment now that we have a system like the Switch that has sort of standardized keyboard input entry at the system level. I'm quite curious about how that is going to be handled in-game. Anyway. Chris Slayer, welcome. Yeah, I can't say I really know anything about the spawning rules that are out of the box in Super Mario World and handling it in Lunar Magic. Because that's not something I've played with on the Maker side, so... Oops. Oh, thought I could get in position there. We should have jumped. Yeah, document. Glacom sent us earlier a big Link dungeon that was from just a few days after the Link patch, December 2019. So that was a big chunk of the stream earlier on. Yeah, Glacom, you might as well just give Document the code for that. Let's see. Probably would be quite curious. Whoops. Oh, you were kind of watching that while playing Helldivers, I see. Yeah, well that was the Glacom level. Ah, and you have a remake of the Thwomp Cloud one as well, I see. Oh. Yeah, I was quite fond of the Thwomp Cloud solution in the Maker 1 dungeon. Okay, straight into the door. And we're out. Look at that. 5 1-ups just to give you a little overkill for it. Well, no, just 3 1-ups actually. But we'll get to the little Miiverse screenshot here. Let's fly, obviously, and see what else we can poke around with. Nothing. Just mushroom platforms. That's okay. And yeah, thank you so much for the level, Mayako, and for staying so long past your bedtime. Get some rest. After 7 hours of streaming and a couple hours of watching me, I think you should give yourself a much-deserved break, but looking forward to your next creation next time. It's not Miiverse in Maker 2. Miiverse has been out of the picture for several years, but there is sort of this internal comment system in Maker 2 that still exists. No, because one thing I've been repeatedly talking about, the thing I was alluding to was that one thing we noticeably saw about Maker 1 levels was how many endings used to be designed around the expectation that the evidence that you would have found an optional path or a bonus room or something like that would be all the power-ups you grab at the end, so you could take the Miiverse completion screenshot, right? For obvious reasons, because you don't attach screenshots anymore in Maker 2 when you make comments, that doesn't exist anymore, but we noticed that all over the place in Maker 1, that, you know, that would be the bonus room reward, is that it would just dump a feather and a helmet on you or something. Okay, let's take a look at Netcat Part 2. We have a lengthy queue today. We'll probably be closing up fairly soon, just to make sure we can get through everybody. Yeah, maybe after 1 or 2 more levels we'll turn off the tap. Try to get through the rest. Yeah, the people who built Pretendo Network, which is the kind of independent replacement for Wii U and 3DS online services, which will eventually restore access to a full archival dump of Maker 1. They have had their own custom Miiverse clone implemented for a while now, so Miiverse functionality will be restored to Wii U and 3DS games as they make their way over there. So. And yeah, Document, have a good sleep as well. And thank you for dropping by. Meet the French ex-vampire Ziku and a skeleton under his bed. Interesting. This is from April 2021. So this is a level recommendation from Netcat, I see. This creator makes beautiful levels. I wonder if I played any of theirs before. This is immediately pretty stunning. Let's track artwork here. Yeah, we don't really see that many levels that are this visually oriented in Maker 2 for sure. And so inside the little shop house here, I was trying to sneak under there. We didn't have momentum. I should have just jumped over. Before we go into house, let's actually explore around here just a bit more. See how far this extends. Not very far. Shortly, though, we can off the edge here and head up for the 30 coin that is in the moon. Yeah, beautiful track layouts for sure. We will have to go into house though. The peaceful music makes a lot of sense here too. So anyway, the name of this level was Life Under Ziku's Bed, and yeah, this has bedposts and everything. This is like a palace bedroom. Little chandelier over here. Anyway, what happens under the bed? Let's find out. Shocking. Okay, well, that's not what I keep under my bed, but that is very stunning, actually. That the artwork is kind of that comprehensible on this scale with the use of the slopes and everything. You know, we complain about how relative to Maker 1, Maker 2 seems so visually inflexible, and actually that's not at all the case if you see a maker who really knows what they're doing with some of the new elements like the slopes and the added color palette you get from on-off blocks and the like. Wow. Yeah, visually very stunning. Look at the whole root system with the trees and everything too. And into the gnarly part of the stage in a very literal sense. Not to be followed by something tubular. And look at these eyes. It's like the... I don't know if anybody will know what I'm talking about here. It's like the eyes of Dr. T.J. Eckleburg from the cover of the original hardback edition of The Great Gatsby. That might be a very specific visual reference here, but that's actually exactly what this looks like. Anyway, this is the kind of content you come here for. I'm going to grab that coin once, carefully. Okay. Let's drop down here. The lifts are going crazy. Yeah, it actually kind of makes me think of some of the Pink Birdo Escape Room Alphabet as well, which was full of tons of different track configurations. Anyway, this face is in the palm of somebody's hand, apparently. That's how I'm reading this. And here's another. And this is very stunning. Yeah, maybe I haven't played anything by this maker before, actually. I feel like I definitely would have remembered. These little bony teeth over here. Yeah, absolutely gorgeous level. But the hands are holding the strings, exactly. Yeah, I can see that. Anyway, here we're deep in a root system again, where bells are ringing. I think we're just kind of inside a bit of an abstract mental space more than anything at this point. Alright, we will of course check this side for 30 coins because that's what we normally do in a dream. And eventually we'll wrap back around here for the key door. Escape somewhere peaceful at least. So we drop down there for the key. Raindrops highlighting that specifically. Over the tree. And, okay, now we wake up, apparently. Or at least crawl out of bed. Only to find that we've triggered some kind of intruder alarm here. Whoop. Oh, thought I could sneak under that one. Not so much. Okay, let's run it. Yeah, as everything was going right over here, that was not the positioning we wanted. Let's time this out a little bit more carefully. We can actually just wait in that little dip there for a safer timing window. To let everything jump around a little bit and bump heads. Then we can... Oh, bad timing. Eventually get the spiny head to knock all of these out until we get the key, presumably. What was this level's name again? This is Life Under Zuku's Bed. Appropriately tagged as art. Anyway, we'll let everything bounce. Maybe we shouldn't have dropped everybody at once. That's okay. Once we get down here, then we grab keys and then go. And I think it's Heart of Darkness vibes. Well, with the Chain Chomp segment, more like Heart of Barkness by Ragnarok X. Oh, okay. That's the flag. Very well disguised there, actually. I thought we could still jump around and explore a bit, but... Absolutely stunning level. I think this maker might actually be new to me. I might have seen their name around before. Because these are naturally very popular. There's an 11-course Super World here as well, uploaded 2020. I'm planning to run a whole ton of Super Worlds over the next few weeks. So we might have to deal this one in, perhaps, just to see something that's more purely visual experience. Perhaps. Yeah, I don't think I played this profile at all, so... Very popular, very artistic levels. Yeah, I must have seen this profile at some point, but... Yeah, I never really played through the top list, so, you know, these things come to me by way of recommendation, so thanks for the recommendation. Saying the PS1 game with a dreamlike scenario and the main protagonist has a fear of the dark. I see, yeah. And Neil Quarry. Let's bring in one more. Your last level for today, and then you'll have to go after the next one. Yeah, that's fine. And just self-titled by the looks of it. Short mixed styled level with 2 checkpoints. We'll probably be closing queue after this one, but I'll check to see how we're doing on the list afterwards. Okay. What spring? Oh, we were supposed to take that so we could raise this. Yeah, of course. Didn't really even think about that. Let's face left and do it. Then we jump up here, and then we have to throw this location, probably. Oh, whoops. We jump and we cling once. The hard blocks will stop the skewer on the first round, but only the first round. Yeah, Natcat, it sounds like you've done a pretty big catch-up recently yourself. Oh, I see. We're not really threatened by the Potapoo down below. That's just there to go back and melt the ice on its way back. It's not actually a threat at that moment. We do need to outrun, though. Nope. Spent a little too long there. We might not even need to cling there, we just need to get around that one element that's coming out towards us here. Yeah, we outrun and then we go like this, but not quite like that. Electrodude, the PC has been booted up. Oh, do you have a new build that you were doing? I'm trying to recall. Did you said anything about that? Your intention was to make something like a 15% clear rate. You ended up with 2%. Yeah. That was a reading chat death. That was totally a reading the chat and lowering the clear rate death while we were talking about clear rates. Yeah, I mean, if you think about it, the aesthetic level that we saw just now, that was 11%. On the other hand, that would also reach a very wide player base. And sometimes the clear rate is going to be a function of who actually gets their hands on it. Whoops. Which is why sometimes you'll see Kaizo levels with abnormally high clear rates, for instance. Just because more people will give up after one attempt. But okay, now run. Let's get a better angle this time. Oh, spin. Too late. Sometimes we're tested a bit on our reaction time. I've actually seen clear rates go up on some of my oldest levels over time because of demographic shifts in the player base. I think that, you know, gradually Maker 2 has settled in. Whoops. Ooh, yeah, we just needed to stay in position here and watch the timing, actually. And we eventually come... What was holding the key? Did we... Oh, maybe you needed to preserve the key from much earlier in the level and we took a death. That's right. No, we get the key from the very beginning when you pick up the spring. That's right. So you need to get over here deathless to the bonus room. I do see that now. And the key just lets you have a bit of a freebie. Yeah, no, we just need to cut momentum here and just line up against a wall until we can time ourselves a little better against the pokies. A particular window of opportunity here. No, that's not much of a slide to work with. There we go. And Electrodude, after the Maker 1 streams, you got some of that making itch back. Good to hear. And thank you so much for the whole set today, Lukwari. Okay. Let me see how we're doing on the current list, because... Yeah, you have to go, that's perfectly fine. Okay, maybe we can remain open just a little bit longer, depending on some of the length of these, so we'll punch in the second submission from Glackham first, and we'll take a look. Make some kind of decision by length and clear rate as we go, level to level. The Return of Thwompy McCloud, a sequel to The Boiling Mountain. There were so many of the mountain-named levels early on in Glackham's Maker 1 set, which we covered completely a couple of weeks ago. And I'm sure I'll remember it as I go, because that was reasons enough, but I can't actually tell the mountains apart by name. This is the one with the cloud, anyway, and Thwompy McCloud. No relation to Fox McCloud, I think. They don't really look alike, but maybe, you know, adoption can happen even with Thwomps. Spin jump to avoid evil. Well, spin jump later. Let's duck under first. Oh, no. I want to spin on top. And yeah, actually, this gives you a pretty good overlap for it. This is going to break side. Now that we have such a thing as side thwomps. Oh, whoops, no. I was trying to duck over here, we just totally missed a column. Swing it over this way. Then, question mark. Oh. Trying to hit the on-off switch here, but we'll just let it smack that one instead. That's fine. It wouldn't have given me enough height anyway, I think. I guess we send it down at this point. Yep, there we go. Hard blocks up top look awfully suspicious. This was in the first week. Okay, oh, hang on. That was accidental. Let's go back down. Yeah, we'll just side thwomp started immediately getting some attention. Boom boom for that matter as well. Well, you see, now he's a friend. Short bounces all the way across, of course, and all the way back. Okay, now here... This actually makes me think of a specific document level, actually. That was kind of like a puzzle platformer. That's kind of made use of something very specific about the way that thwomps overlap in this game. I'm trying to explain it, and I actually can't quite do it correctly while I'm in the middle of playing the level, but it's... yeah, we don't actually need to take that, we can just... Basically, there's a particular overlap that you can get to do the spin jump on the thwomp while it's overlapping one of the semi-solid types. But anyway, we have to make it down here eventually. Oh, too tight here, that's okay. We'll just make it across on this side. Oh. That's going to be a problem. That's okay, we can always have a bit of an escape if the timing doesn't quite work. I actually do kind of want to drop some of these in advance. There we go. And we're out. I think we can probably just hug this with spin jump. No, we can't. Well, I mean, in this location, yes. And then we send a thwomp down in just a moment. There we go. On-off switch is presumably going to open up one of these sides, if not both, probably the left side, and we have a side thwomp coming in. There we go. Naturally, we're going to check this side for secrets. Oh, that looks like it's actually the standard route. Unless it's an optional checkpoint or something. Oh, my mistake. Yeah, that looks like it's actually just Death Pit over there. Whoops, let's do this properly. Then, as we tug the screen forward, we do need to compensate for while positioning. Oops. Yeah, checkpoint plus fire flower over here. Might even be trickier while tall, this segment here. Whoops. I thought I was actually going to get on top of that spiny, but we didn't really account for its overlap with the swamp, perhaps. Okay, break that open. As it's going right to left. Cool. Around this way, that's a lot better, actually, as a strategy. Now, at this point, we probably want to... Well, let's see what the target is. We hit the on-off switch, and we have to get up top. It's fine, we can do that. Just kind of wondering at some point if we should just raise it lower to thwomp. We actually can't really safely go low enough to do that. We'll go up here instead, and we'll need a thwomp for something else, I'm sure. Ah, yes, we needed to slam into the side over here, so... Or, no, we don't need to do that, we just do this. And ride this out down below. There we go. Johnny Ray Ray, welcome. Now, cloud timing is going to be from the spawn, so we should actually kind of take a moment to read this while waiting for another cloud. Clouds on either side, yeah. They're timed according to when they spawn from the pipe, not when Mario steps on them. So there's going to be a particular sequence here. Yeah, we'll wait for the next cloud, but we hit the POWs in the middle first. Hitting the POWs in the middle will open up the POWs on the side. And once we do that, we'll have access to the central on-off switch. So... where was the cloud on this pipe? Left side. Is that expired? Now let's let this one expire first, and then grab another one. And then sail on through here in a moment. Yeah, I see what the sequence is supposed to be. Then let's get out for a moment. And Isolated Wolf, thank you for his mission. You might be one of the last ones today. We'll be closing queue fairly soon, so... Oop. Yeah, I thought we got a cloud spawn from the left side for some reason, but I may be wrong. Maybe it was just a first initial cloud that was placed there. And Dibishad Visitor, you were saying people were talking about multiplayer, and one thing that's sad about it is that checkpoints don't really matter for online co-op. I mean, you can make something long, it just won't be checkpointed. Or at least the checkpoints won't be meaningful. Oops. Previously did this bit much more successfully. Let's let this swing around first and be able to come all the way back up. Let it drop into position. We'll grab the cloud. What kind of levels do I like? Oh, we do all sorts around here. I mean, this one here is a pretty good example, you know, something that's very meticulously crafted from the maker perspective and also has a little bit of puzzle solving element to it. We play a lot of levels like that that do require a little bit of thinking or give us something to admire from a maker perspective. Let's wait for the next cloud. Concept levels, basically. We do a lot of those around here. Let's get out and probably wait for another cloud. like this one here now, we go to the POW on the bottom right. And then to the on-off switch in the middle. Except we do need a cloud down there, or at least we need to jump back to the cloud quickly. And the Bashad Visitor is saying there's a point at which it's practical to split it into 2 levels, yeah, I suppose. Depending on how well compartmentalized the segments are from each other. And you know, if it's a case where a level really kind of needs to teach you a concept the first act before elaborating upon it in later parts, and you kind of really do need the creation to be continuous, but that's not always going to be the case. And yeah, Isolated Wolf, when we get to you, we can pick something that you find is appropriate. We're pretty open-minded about trying different kinds of levels around here. Of all types, I'm not equally good at them, but... Oops. No, we're supposed to go to the POW on either side. Do it. Let's just squeeze in here first. Whoops. Without hitting every spike along the way. Oh. Okay, let's stop on this guy. Oh, missed it. Yeah, previously, you know, pulling it forward and going back worked pretty well, but we just overshot slightly. We're Spiny, I wasn't long for this world. That pattern seems to work fairly well. And then just head on over and drop him. And we'll let the swamp head over, back and forth. Just fly into this, we don't always need to just jump. There's the blocks here. Oh. I was trying to jump there, we just hit the ceiling. Went a little bit too early. And yeah, Isolated Wolf, you uploaded your maker code. That's great, we can discuss what you want to recommend to me when we get there. Hopefully it will not be too long. Like I said, we are going to close queue after this level, so we can make sure we get through the rest. I do typically play through everybody who makes it into the queue. In very rare circumstances I might be called out for some kind of emergency, but that hasn't happened in a long time. So we do try to close early enough that we can see everybody's level among those who have stayed. Try not to cut off early, so... Oops. Let's head down here. And we'll wrap around. Okay, hit this. Then we'll go for this one right away. I think we will have enough time once we wait for a cloud to respawn. Here. We'll just stay on this side. Gently. I feel like we should wait for the next cloud just to be absolutely safe. Timing. Oh, we can also just take the cloud up top. I really considered that we could just wrap around a topside instead after all these attempts. Yeah, we'll just take the hit there. I'd rather do that than fall. Now we go for the on-off switch, which is over a platform. Oh, that was close. And then this gives you a scroll break that lets you just cross over the ceiling. Then goes the swamp. Good. Didn't get a key or anything from it, but we don't need one. We'll just get over here to the end of the rainbow. Isolated wolf. Got nowhere to be for a few hours. Yeah, works for me. Anyway, thank you so much for showing me that. Okay, like I said, at this point we'll bring in the next level and then we are going to close to new submissions. Evil has been avoided. And Shishiro will be next. I'll punch the code and we'll close out. And we'll catch up on chat a little bit as well once I'm there. Just got a long message. Galactum says, there's a lot of things you find frustrating about Maker 2, but admittedly you found that everything you were proud of about the original level could be made as an even better sequel. Yeah, you know, with some of the scroll breaks and with the side swamps, there's quite a lot going on there that is new to Maker 2, that elaborated on that mechanic. In terms of controlling a steady sense of progress, I think a lot of that was done with Maker 2 mechanics. And I do remember the Mountain series being the kind of earliest sequence on your Maker 1 profile. And yeah, the meta for Warpbot was to wait for hours and hours at a time. And that's very true that, you know, everything from a viewer level queuing perspective was way overstuffed in the early weeks. In fact, it's become a lot sparser even within the last few months, I would say, that the pace of viewer levels has noticeably changed, at least from my end. Anyway, we'll look at Light Worlds, Dark Worlds in just a second. Let me just close the queue first. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything too critical in chat. And yeah, especially as somebody who likes to make longer or larger scale levels, I think, you know, that naturally was going to run into a bit of friction with how people were trying to manage huge queues early on with very strict time limits and in ways that were often pretty unfavorable to more ambitious creations. Okay, let me just update my stream title so people are clear that the start pack closed. Then we'll play. Just making sure I didn't miss anything too critical in chat earlier. Okay, let's go. 2 parallel open worlds and A Link to the Past, which, by the way, just turned 32 years old, I think, this week. I think I just read that yesterday, in fact. Okay. Parallel worlds, let's see it. And L and D. I see Light World and Dark World, probably. It was odd because with your profile you felt like your levels had way less discoverability than Maker 1. Yeah, I saw that happen with a lot of the makers that I knew and followed that I'd first known about in Maker 1 as well. That, you know, popularity in Maker 1 wasn't necessarily going to map to Disney Popularity Maker 2 by any means. Anyway, here we are. We are going to eventually get through that muncher to move this platform, which is going to get me... what? Find out. Let's head over to this side first. Oh, whoops, didn't even see that icicle. That's okay, sword's right here. I wonder if this is just aesthetic, all these key blocks over here. Probably not, because I feel like it would eventually uncover, with a Peace Switch activation, the ability to move the green snake block and drop the blaster column. But, find out, we need to do something with the POW first. I just wonder if you could drop a bomb over here and just tap it, but no, that wouldn't activate the POW though. That would not really do it, but... and yeah, definitely a lot of the aesthetic constraints were a big turnoff for a lot of people who made full use of what Maker 1 could do with his toolset. Because Maker 2, even though the mechanical concept is so robust, and the toolset is so big, does have a problem with too many levels looking the same. And we really noticed that again, going back to Maker 1 especially, that people did a lot more with less. We want to bomb this so we can shoot the POW with an arrow. That gets you sort of muncher. Oh, Martin over here. We can actually tap him. I don't know if we'd necessarily need or want to, because he doesn't give us a key, but... oh, it's going to be a dupeling limit entity block. Maybe. Or... no, we need to send a POW all the way across until we can get through this muncher. Very interesting solution that makes use of full length of the space. So yeah, we escort the POW over and then take it out with the muncher within view. I wonder if we could jump on top of it to do anything too. Not really. And now we move this. And then over here. This is going to do a blaster push, actually. Yeah, so the piece would just never do drop out. It just pushes. I don't know what that is going to give me. Spring. Oh yeah, we just jump across. Oh, and the Dark World music loads in now. This is a big surprise that it loads in so suddenly. That was remarkable, actually. I mean, I guess it's the same kind of mechanic as Mission Impossible level, where you jump in here and suddenly you have the big music load in that just goes. That's remarkable. We have to do this again. Ah, because it's based on a state switch, I see. You can hear the on-off switch, and then the... yeah, this is such a huge surprise because, you know, I didn't even realize that there was a big global track that was loaded in. But yeah, after seeing the stealth Mission Impossible music mechanic that Shushiro had for 8MMC, maybe we shouldn't be surprised, but that's still a big, big moment in this level. Oh. Anyway, Glackham, thank you so much for dropping by for so long and staying away past your bedtime. I know this is a very difficult time for people to make, so definitely appreciate you coming by and showing me your Maker 2 levels today. So here you have the whole visual effect here too, throughout this whole space, but then also the music loop is just something that makes it look like you have this totally seamless boundary between Light World and Dark World as you pass through the portal. Yeah, I guess we have to power this eventually, unless we bump it further out of position? I don't think we can. I think we do need to pow it. Got a spiny hat though. What can we break open with a spiny hat? We can break this one. To the left. Oh, I see. So you go into the dark world, and you pick up the spiny hat and progress by taking it back into the light world. And yeah, this is something quite special. Alright, now let's see how to progress with this one then, because didn't we see a position we could take something out with it? Well, there's the icicles first of all. And then we can bomb this location. Oh, we're too close. Then we're sort of within range of that POW again. This closes off this column, but then what does the blaster give me? More POWs. Are we going to follow the POW all the way to the dark world? I think we are. Watch this, watch this. This is great. Fantastic. Anyway, send it over. You know, we've been saying so much lately. This is the end, but we've been saying so much lately that Maker 2 struggles so much to look unique with differentiation between levels that that compares well to Maker 1. And then today we've been getting levels that really show off just how much you can do in Maker 2. And we did unfortunately lose the spiny head. Will give me a quicker kill on him. Yeah, let's just jump him and sort him a little bit as well. Oop. There we go. And we'll even get this lovely Fairy Fountain. Oh, that's interesting. That this uses the Magic Koopa trick in conjunction with timing me out because we're too busy admiring what was going on at the level. That's okay, it just means we get to see this again. I didn't even notice that there was Defied Cold removal in that room until after we finished the fight with the way that's getting the entity block. So from checkpoint, you can see that it is the global load here that we totally didn't pay any attention to when we walked into the level because I was too busy talking. But that's okay, it means that we got to see how the checkpoint works. But yeah, obviously because of the load in... Oh, from checkpoint as well, notice that there is a state switch that gives you preservation of your progress. Including having beaten the fight here. So we actually get to see some of the checkpoint preservation mechanics here too, which is great. That it lets you work through a lot of this quickly. I'm glad we saw this. We would not have seen this if we had bothered to touch the flag quickly. There's so much consideration to how to make the load-in work in conjunction with checkpoints. We actually don't need to do this at all. We can just go Dark World. But we still need a POW after we go through the spiny heads. There's one dead-looking Koopa. And then we'll head back up. Yeah, this gives you the midpoint item. True to Zelda puzzle structure. Oh, oops. We don't need to do this, actually. We do need to punch through here. And back. Yeah, so much going on. This level for sure. Here we go. Over this, and then that gives you the power that takes you all the way back to the Dark World. Anyway, big moment coming. Wait for it. Yeah, incredible how well that works. Just very snappy, instantaneous. Despite the big track loaded in the beginning, definitely a big surprise the first time you see the level just activate and come to life like this in the Dark World. Yeah, so there's Magic Koopa here that does the disappearance immediately. And the way that it works is that once you tap the switch, Light Bowser, and then, whoops. Let's skip back here so we don't die. And then watch the Piranha Plant down in the pipe. You get a spike ball that loads in here because, again, it's affected by the boss limit. And we... flag. Yeah, very interesting way to just have a compact boss room here. Right under the Triforce. Very nice. Glad I could catch up on this one after having been away from this game for a few weeks. Yeah, 2 parallel open worlds, literally placed in parallel. Kind of want to look at how it looks in the more info screen. If you look at the layout. I mean, obviously without the visual effect you can't necessarily see how these are bounded, but here if you look at the layout you can see how aesthetically some things are matched, like the tree segments in the Light World and Dark World, making it clear that you're making that boundary transition. Yeah, because it's a big load-in up at the start, but you can take a look at the 2 halves of the level. So, you know, the first half on the left, that's to load in for the music. Then you can see, in a much better way than I demonstrated here, how the Dark World and the Light World are actually structurally matched if you look at the 3rd and 4th quarters of the more info banner. So, very delicately put together and just packed from end to end. I can't believe you had that many entities to work with, in fact. But let's keep going. Crazy Bomberman. Let's take a look. Bohemian Rhapsody Part 1-8. Play all 8 levels to hear the whole song. Walk, don't run. We actually recently played a Bohemian Rhapsody level in Maker 1 as well, and as I was saying back then, you have to resist the temptation to just belt this out along with the track. And yeah, definitely trying to stuff in as much of the song as you can. Which does mean that we just hear the top line of the melody, but I guess it would take too many entities to really give you the full harmonic thickness of the song. Anyway, here's Mama. Oh, almost. That's the first part, actually. I wonder what the 5 pink coins here are all about. And yeah, you have drums as well, exactly. Play all 8 levels to hear this whole song. Okay, now I understand that you have to do all 8 parts. These are short, let's just do all 8 parts. I mean, you're just running through the song anyway, right? Or will that take... Let's just do all 8 parts. It doesn't make sense to, you know, just walk segment to segment. Let's just do it. This is quick. Yeah, Netcat, I apparently don't have Cat Gem. I mean, I guess if you were going to stretch it way out anyway, maybe it would make more sense to stack the chords together, but now we're going to get a bit of a drum beat on this. Yeah, I mean, you know, just given the Maker tool set, it's going to be rhythmically a little bit strict, but look at these one-ups for Endless that we're not picking up. Might be a bit long to go through the whole thing, but let's just do it anyway. And give the people an easy Endless something to listen to when they draw this just one part at a time. Very different music level experience than the one we just played before this, of course. Anyway, let me just look ahead in the meantime. See what we have. Awesome Lamp, Different Visitor, Gamer's Room, and Isolated Wolf. Yeah, we'll probably have time to get through everybody, I think, but we shall see. It's a little different from the usual directive to carry on. But I guess, you know, the whole thing is a bit of a remix, and using the gentle slope here for a bit of a retardando. And Awesome Light, you hope yours won't take too long as a playtest of Patrol. That's fine, we'll take our time with it and look at it properly. Now what's up with the Koopas walking here? And look at those one-ups just kind of teasing us here again. You spent the whole day on Spotify, pressing play and pause to find all the notes. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, yeah, you know, one of the things about Bohemian Rhapsody originally is that like it's very dense about harmony. It's one of those where it's. I mean, I can kind of recreate a lot of it by ear, but I'm a musician who is trained to do that. But I think if you're going to split it into so many parts anyway, it definitely raises the question, you know, why not just, whoops, oh, we ran. That's okay. That's okay. I hadn't scrolled yet. Yeah, because I think, you know, you could maybe do with a bit more instrumental diversity as well. Just to fill things out a little bit so it's not just, you know, melody line plus touch percussion, but now rhythmically this is actually, this section here, kind of surprisingly accurate too. A part of the song that is metrically quite complex. Almost there. Almost. I love how you look at the speed times, you can tell that some people just dash through it. Ooh, we see the clear rate dropping here, I wonder why. I'm not sure what a key would matter, actually. I mean, you have access to a whole chromatic range over the octaves here. But, I mean, I don't know how much of a musical background you do or don't have, or if you were just trying to replicate it note by note by trial and error. I mean, it is a song that originally has a pretty vast melodic range to it, and so, you know, it would just have to be something that, if it didn't fit quite so fortunately, it would just have to be transposed in place. But yeah, rhythmically this passage works surprisingly well in the Maker toolset and at the speed that we're going to. I don't know exactly what's going on with the little 5 stack that you have going on at the end of each section, where it looks like it's a different object every time. Almost finished. Almost through. And the end is just for decoration, I see, yeah. Difficult part is keeping the stars from jumping and hitting out of notes, yeah. If you're using that as the instrument. Alright, there we are. Awesome lab. You're saying yours is a troll playtest? We'll take your time with it. I think of the people remaining in queue, it's just Derbyshire Visser and Isolated Wolf and everything. Anyway, I think Gamer's Room left quite some time ago, as far as I know. But new account by the looks of it. Question mark, question mark. And yeah, like we were saying, Crazy Bomberan, it is a song that's challenging to cram in for sure. Just given how much it covers. What is this mysterious playtest we see before us? Interesting. So I'm coming down to half screen over here. I guess it stuffs something out of position. Munchers come up. But then do they come back down? Let's find out. Yeah. Right, because I see that Thwomp probably gets sort of stuffed into position and then kind of you just too long there. So if the Munchers just kind of come up in this position, is that doing something else to trick you out? I didn't see what we destroyed there. Okay, that's fine. I don't see anything too odd about that yet. But then I see, because you're supposed to eliminate some of this first. Or rather, you need the spike ball to destroy this block before it has spawned anything. Yeah, or you just try not to hit that, of course, by jumping through the middle if you can. So, sounded like we busted some kind of power up, but let's see what that is. So we just go straight through the middle here and we don't activate anything. Wonder why this is here. Just something that's meant to trick you out. Ooh, I hit something. And it looks like there's something hazardous up top. And yeah, Crazy Bomberan, thank you for coming by and watching as well as submitting. Okay, so we know there was something up there that we shouldn't head up to touch it. This looks like it's going to give you that. I knew that that spring was going to be taken out, but I didn't know exactly what for. Okay, it's meant to catch you if you try to go without timing. That makes sense. If we don't do the double tap on the switches, get up here. Just sealing. Yeah, I guess there was something hazardous that we ran into up top previously. That's through the left side block, not the right side. Okay, so this immediately reactivates. I guess we have to come up here first before we hit this. If it's a second on-off switch, that's by proximity on that column. Whoops. Okay, that's going to go through here. Sure, I might as well take a look. Let's run all the way to the left first. Okay, that's correct. I was curious. I mean, we had to make a decision at the fork anyway. Something was going to go and something wasn't. Oh, whoops. Missed it. Let's just make sure we get it accurately. And continue. Well, that's a bit of new information. The arrow was accurate. Yeah, Electrodude, imagine that on-off switches. Back when we still had those. I mean, I guess we still do, but... Yeah, I guess if you've had Maker 1 brain lately, that's an adjustment. Okay, the mushroom is probably something I don't want by the looks of it. Oh. Big thwomp push coming in. You just have a bunch of shells activating blocks. Interesting. Right, because you were building some kind of speed run. But there's any kind of reason we don't want to bust that. Nope. Maybe not. Mushroom up here. I feel like we're not supposed to get that because you get locked in a position over here and then it would encourage you to drop back down and you would subsequently get pushed. Yeah, you can't really fall into a good location here. Well, there's a bit of a 2-tile slot on that side, but not much of one. So we would like the mushroom to miss. Hopefully we can get around it somehow. And then we knew about that. Okay. Break this open. Definitely the fact that you can jump up and break something in that location before this pipe makes everything look a little suspicious. If we stay here, then we can jump this location. No mushroom. Thanks so much for the follow. Now, something tells me we do need an object to stand on, but we come down here and re-enter the previous room. Oh no, on-off switch. Okay. That looked like it was totally doable though, as long as you don't get pushed by the thwomp. I actually really do feel like re-entering the previous room is the way to go, especially if you bust the ceiling before the pipe for whatever state switch that is. Or whatever state change, rather. Oops. Let's redo it. That goes up. Yeah, because basically if we hit this, that's clearly something. And then possibly something changes. We come back into this room. Clearly a possibility if we don't pop that every time. Yeah, much too suspicious to not be anything. If we miss this block, then we don't have as much of an obstruction on the way back down. That was... I was trying to think about it and then we missed. We just need to jump around the block location, I think, so that slot remains nice and available. Oops. Okay, let's... Hit. For some reason, we don't know why. Get a better jump like this. How does the mushroom come in? Yeah, in this position, that's about a tile above the cloud. That's how to do it safely. Just trying to bait you into hitting... Not sure, eliminating the buncher with the POW, but we'll not do that yet. There we go. Now, we can go back through here and see if there's a change. There is, look at that. And indeed, this block opens something up for you. And you've got checkpoint over here, as well as a scroll break very conspicuously to the left. What's coming down for us? That breaks open. And then mushroom over here, so we need to step in a certain position. Big braining the solution you didn't even need to hit. Well, I mean, we just kind of noticed it. Noticed the sound effect. But it was relevant. So this is a safe location. That's something that we should keep in mind. And hitting the right side is bad, so we just hit the left side with the mushroom when we have the opportunity. I mean, perhaps we should, you know, run this and see your hint room at some point, but we don't know where that will be or how far off it is, so... Yeah, because I noticed something here earlier, and that we had died to something that seemed to indicate that was similar to spike ball breakage, but maybe not. Oh, whoops. Hang on. Knew I had to jump a little earlier there. We still didn't space it correctly. Yeah, because if you don't hit that, then wouldn't the vine come all the way down when you reload into here? Or perhaps something would change. Not clear on it. So let's just go through here again. Just get a bit more of a running jump that will allow me to factor smoothly. Oh, it's too bad about a mushroom. But yeah, as soon as I saw that muncher layout later, I was thinking, okay, you definitely take something back to this step, because, you know, you have one step here, and some conspicuous signs of transformation in the previous room. As soon as I come here, I'm looking for some reason to go back, right? One tile above here. There we go. And of course, we don't know what's up here in this location to the left either. Yeah, through here. Now we know there's a scroll break. Happens. Maybe we don't even need to hit this. But yeah, we stand here, then we get this room and we hit the left side. And only the left side. Checkpoint. So it's like a potential mushroom check. Oh, I see a woman panel. Then it snipes you immediately, so we should go right. I have to remember the semi-solid and spike overlap in this game favors spikes. Yeah, that pipe pointing down towards this area, by the way, that seems... well, I mean, that's just where we came... no, that's not where we came in, actually. That's something that will dump you back here and cycle through at some point. As we came in from the left side. So yeah, that pipe looks very interesting. In the top middle. And then we knew it should not be this way. And you're supposed to jump over it in this column. I just missed. I did see it coming. Now that's a neat little surprise. I guess we just stand all the way to the right, actually, because we know that the spike overlap is safe. So we just stand here and let the note block do its job. There we go. Interesting. If we don't jump too far, then we get the POW. Oh. I don't know what I just stepped into. And wait. Do a little short hop here, grab the POW. Yeah, we're under a ceiling of sorts, so you can bust that down. So I don't know what we're stepping into there. It looks like maybe I needed to duck slide under it or something. Oh yeah, if you do try to do it this way, then it traps you over here instead. Anyway, let's let it bounce back. Okay, we get rid of that muncher, but then... oh, we're just stand. Okay, so you would need to slide all the way across to get the scroll break, otherwise you drop down. Here, this is new. And then, oh, you cut right through. Anti-soft lock. I guess this anti-soft lock is all about just trying to lower yourself down the abyss. could actually swing it back and forth like that, and then that's a yay. Oops. Now we slide before we hit a spike. Okay, and then can we get to this location? Did I blow anything up? Guess you back up like this. Okay, so that's a bit of a trap. Where did you get out to the top right instead, though? Because, yeah, clearly this room is constrained by scrolling tech with a breakable segment on the right side. So let's figure this out. Whoops. So you can try jump down towards this and then make it across here. Use a count for something. Now when this one goes down, you're erasing him or something. I see, you're supposed to step on the power over here. Progress, and so we got stunned. Then we'll just try to go side to side too. See if we can get in a good position like last time. Knowing when to close things out with the gap is also an essential part of this, I think. I don't really have a clear idea of how I got it done the first time, except we managed to go low enough before it's got a little out of hand. Oops. Anyway, like I said, sometimes it's probably more efficient to just not run anti-soft blocks and just start from the very beginning of the level. Oh well. Yeah, this is a pretty neat one. Very simple too. Yeah, we just want to swing it either way if we can and find an appropriate location to drop into. Almost. Anyway, let's see if we can get it done eventually. Whoop. I mean, we're probably not going to spend 300 seconds on it, but strangely mesmerizing now. Possible sometimes it should drop through the middle. I think we'd rather try to find an elegant solution. Yeah, it needs to watch the timings better, perhaps. Well, I mean, we might have lucked out the first time. Isolated wolf, you plan on making a troll level that takes you to a room where a hammer snipes you in a confined area when you mess up. Yeah. Well, That experience sounds authentic to something. Oh, whoops. Let's run it before we hit the spike area. Oh, yeah, so it's multiple tiles that we can touch. Okay. Oh no, I was trying to get in position there. Stood too close. Yeah, Kavik's still awake. We're wrapping up the queue fairly soon. Near the end today. Yeah, Kavik, we got some first generation old timers come by earlier. We had both Glackham and Gritoffy here early in the stream. All going through a similar Maker 1 withdrawal, I'm sure. Actually, we know that we shouldn't cross over to that side, so let's just jump down here. Hits. Oh, and back we go. I don't know how efficiently I can do this bit, because if we can't, I'll just restart the level, I think. Because the last attempt on this took far too long. I think we'll probably restart. Yeah, usually anti-soft locks will just watch once. Okay, let's do this again. Actually, never figured out how necessary hitting that block was, but we'll skip. To not lose too many attempts to the early stuff here, like this. Kavik, you have too many things to play. I didn't know you had a meta quest, actually. I don't know what you've been experiencing with the full immersion experience, but whatever it is, hope it's fun. Yeah, I've never been too attentive to what's going on in VR, actually. We've sort of tried it lightly. But not a part of the field I paid much attention to. Ah, it was gifted to you along with a few accessories, I see. Yeah, I haven't tried the MetaQuest specifically. I've tried some other systems like mostly in the demo context, or increasingly there are people, you know, if you go to things like independent animation festivals and such, there's sometimes a VR exhibition associated with it. Look at this little block here, by the way. That is a mushroom. We know that from experience, but I don't remember why it is. Oh yeah, that was just for the boot trap if you do get stuck here behind a muncher. I don't remember why it is we wanted to activate that. If we did, no. And oh right, we do need to crush here because of the checkpoints. There we go. Oh, whoops. Yeah, for me to just not a lot I play that intuitively seems like it would be a natural fit for VR. I mean, there are definitely a few things I want to try in VR for sure. Like going through Subnautica again or something. But And eventually catching up on Half-Life, since you need VR for that nowadays. But... okay, so we need to survive with a POW all the way down. I don't even remember how we lost it earlier, to be honest. What do we drop it ahead of us? That's actually the solution, because you don't get stun locked in this location, and then you can send the POW across here. Let's hope we don't bonk our head on anything. Look at the thing with wings just off the wall here. What that is. Oh, some kind of scroll lock there as well. You get it, you'll play endless mini golf. Ah, this is a hint room. The hint room is telling me that I want to throw the POW to kill the Buzzy before it drops. Let's see if this makes it clear how this is going to happen. And then go through here. Okay. And here's the anti-soft lock. Again, it's probably faster to redo the level. But the way we were trying to do it was just to pump left and right and try to do it with better timing. Maybe we could develop a method for it, I don't know. Seems a little tricky though. I'm not jumping, this is just the bumpers kicking me back and forth. There's a location you kind of bounce into in the middle as well, but we're not likely to hit that. We're not making any progress with this, okay. There is a consistent timing. Yeah, no, I just can't find a pocket because we did find it earlier, of course, where you do need the bumpers to be crossing in the middle, perhaps. Oop. Bang, welcome. Yeah, it's really interesting to kind of go back over some, you know, pre-troll Carl on YouTube, back when he was a puzzle player. I guess occasionally he tries to go back to that too, but... I mean, I do appreciate how occasionally you get to see some tech that you wouldn't otherwise. In a context where it is easier to implement than as a mechanic that, you know, actually has some proper level design to it. But, oh, whoops. Too late. We haven't died to that one in a while, actually. Okay, up we go. Right, let's jump across here. And we forgot that. It's fine. Yeah, a lot of specific memorization, of course, if you... starting over rather than dealing with the anti-soft lock. Like I'm doing here. Yeah, so we'll just try to skip the mushroom here again. And just circle back with a POW, except this time we will try not to get bumped immediately. Okay, great. I never really did see if there was anything to poke around here. Maybe not. Right, now we stand here. Grab the shroom. And bust through this way. POW over here. And we just slide through here. Yeah, previously we did make it across to the pit on the right side, but that doesn't give you anything. That's just a Podoboo trap, so... I don't know if it's just meant to look like a scroll lock or if it eventually becomes a scroll lock if, say, you hop back through this pipe. Which would, again, require a POW to be loaded in this position in order to go back up. So, hint room said POW throw, so we'll do that. Now, how does that avoid a stun lock? It just avoids a stun lock, I guess. Interesting that it tells you that you want to POW in this location. Do we really? Okay, that's fine. Interesting P-switch over here. Let's try it without. Just need a little bit of a jump here then. Okay, same as before. Then drop and go. Well, steady progress. Interesting that we managed to get across that. Now, do we want the P-switch to still be active in this room? Oh, it looks like we could have dropped it down below there if we wanted to. Try it without first. And then this is giving you a big cross up there. I kind of feel like this is a bit that's supposed to trick you out with bone form, where it wants to look like you get into the bone form and sail across, but that perhaps it's something quite different. Notice that I'm standing on top of a question block as well. That might be relevant. That might be important too, actually. Why don't we kick this across, though, and see what it is. 1 up, okay. Well, at this point, we're probably dead. Clown Car Thwomp is fun, yeah. Gets you right to checkpoint, and then... Oh, some kind of icicle break over here. You know, we're in the checkpoint state here. Nothing, okay. Didn't actually see what was laid out, so... Okay, yeah, you just stand over here to get pushed into place.